All right, the committee will come to order, and the chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. And before I begin my opening statement, I'd like to welcome my good friends from Owensboro, Kentucky. The Chamber of Commerce from Owensboro is here today. Appreciate it. And some of you have been around a little bit. We'll remember Senator Wendell Ford and his grandson from Owensboro, Kentucky is with us, Clay Ford. So he was the Democrat whip in the Senate through 1998, I think, is when he left the Senate. So from the 70s to the 90s. So thank you all for being here, and we appreciate it very much. So thanks for everybody else for being here as well today as we consider two important bipartisan bills. First, we'll continue our work to strengthen college athletics and the NIL environment for our student athletes through the SCORE Act. I especially want to thank Chairman Bilirakis and Congressman Fry for their hard work getting us to this full committee markup today. I also want to thank Representatives Bynum and Figures for working across the aisle to help us improve this bill and find common ground. Complex legal, operational, and policy questions have left student athletes and the universities they represent on unstable ground. And student athletes, programs, and conferences have told us that a clear national standard would strengthen this uniquely American institution. Following the critical House settlement last month, it's clear that this is the moment to act and support the new era of college athletics. But our work at 3 House committees culminating in the SCORE Act didn't start last month. Since the beginning of this Congress, we have worked in a bipartisan way to develop a framework that codifies new NIL, health, and academic protections for players and provides stability for universities. In March, we held both a bipartisan roundtable and a subcommittee hearing with witnesses representing players, coaches, and athletic directors. Over a month and a half ago, we shared draft bill texts with my friends across the aisle in search of common ground and compromise. And in June, we publicly released a discussion draft while continuing good faith negotiations. Earlier this month, we negotiated a bipartisan deal and introduced the SCORE Act. And over the past week, we have continued to work with members to find a compromise that would garner more support from Democrat members of this committee. And in response to these conversations, we have made edits to improve student-athlete representation in decision-making processes, narrow preemption, clarified and narrowed the antitrust language, and added additional enforcement mechanisms. This has been a long and open process, which we have approached with an open mind. And I remain hopeful that we'll be able to continue growing this coalition and building more support for this common-sense bill, but we cannot delay. And without this bill, student-athletes will be left to fend for themselves against bad actors. Non-revenue generating sports could face devastating cuts, and legal uncertainty will continue to hang over all of college sports. The SCORE Act delivers exactly what is needed: student-athlete benefits, stability, and transparency. Today, we're also considering H.R. 4273, the over-the-counter monograph drug user-free amendments, otherwise known as AMUFA, led by Representatives Latta and DeGette. This is the first reauthorization of AMUFA, and I look forward to our continuing bipartisan work to get this bill across the finish line by the September 30th expiration. Our FDA witness stated last week, without a timely reauthorization, certain FDA actions could be delayed by a decade or longer. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this bill, and will continue to engage with stakeholders and Senate colleagues to work towards common sense solutions that produce innovation and ensure patients have access to safe and effective products. I will yield back and will now recognize my friend from New Jersey, Representative Pallone, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're marking up 2 bills, legislation addressing college sports and a bill to reauthorize user fees for over-the-counter drugs. Now we'll begin with the SCORE Act. This legislation is nothing more than a major giveaway to the National Collegiate Athletic Association, the NCAA, and conferences. It fails to offer meaningful protections to college athletes and completely ignores the true crisis facing colleges and universities. I continue to believe that Republicans are ignoring the real threat to our colleges and universities right now. President Trump continues to destroy America's higher education system with reduced federal research dollars, taxes on endowments, and cuts to federal student aid. I'd like to remind everyone that college sports cannot exist without colleges. So let's all be clear about what this bill does and does not do. The SCORE Act gives the NCAA and conferences nearly limitless and unchecked authority to govern how athletes get paid if they can transfer schools and how much time they can be required to spend training, traveling, and competing. It does not provide meaningful, strong, or enforceable protections for athletes with respect to their health and safety. It also does not include sufficient guardrails to protect against predatory agents or any recourse if an athlete is harmed. Instead, the SCORE Act slams the courtroom door in the face of college athletics. We should be celebrating the progress college athletes have won in the courts to profit from their own name, image, and likeness, share in the revenue they bring their institutions, and more. Yet this bill gives the NCAA and conferences unchecked authority to roll back or limit the many hard-fought benefits athletes have won in court and in state legislatures. Congress should not be doing anything that stifles the progress athletes have won. We should simply get out of the way. I, along with my Democratic colleagues, expressed these concerns last week at our subcommittee markup, and I encourage Chairs Guthrie and Bilirakis to not rush and move ahead this week with a full committee markup in order to give us more time to work together to address our concerns with this bill. But Republicans chose to move ahead anyway, and that's unfortunate because that's not how you build bipartisan support for a bill like this. We will also mark up H.R. 4273, legislation to reauthorize the Food and Drug Administration user fee program for over-the-counter monograph drugs. Now, the OTC drugs are critical products for Americans that help them manage certain health conditions and save money on their health care costs. Congress authorized this program in 2020 to facilitate staffing at FDA to modernize OTC reviews. These staff are critical in ensuring the agency can more quickly provide safe, effective, and innovative OTC drug products to consumers and protect them from safety risks. That's why working together toward a timely reauthorization of this program is so important. However, we have heard from industry and patient groups that the continued success of the user fee program hinges on the FDA's ability to recruit and retain staff. That is one reason why I'm deeply concerned with the Trump administration's dismantling of FDA staff and at our other public agencies, here and at FDA and other public agencies. And industry experts have said that the Trump administration's indiscriminate terminations at FDA will delay timely patient access to products regulated by FDA and impact surveillance efforts, including delayed inspections. Companies have basically said they're already experiencing longer response time, which will lead to even more delays for other reviews. Now, the Trump administration's layoffs, coupled with drastic proposed budget cuts, are going to lead to fewer life-saving drugs coming to market. Last week, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office released an analysis that concluded that the Trump administration's reckless dismantling of the National Institutes of Health and staff reductions at FDA will lead to 53 fewer new drugs approved for Americans. And it could even be larger than that because the CBO could not conduct an analysis of the drastic 40% cut that the Trump administration is proposing for NIH. Instead, they could only do an analysis of the 10% cut. I can only imagine how many more drugs will not come to market if Republicans cave to the administration again on the budget. So this all means there will be fewer cutting-edge and life-saving treatments for patients with cancer and other diseases. And if Republicans are serious about wanting to get safe drugs to market that will save people's lives, they would reject Trump's extreme budget and finally join us in doing some real oversight of this administration. I mean, I just hear endless silence from the other side on this issue of staff cuttings and freezing of funds. And I just hope that at some point that silence ends and they start going after the Trump administration. But in any case, with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back, and the chair will remind members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? Gentlemen, no, none on the Republican side. So the gentlelady from Michigan recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today we're discussing two important efforts. I would like to focus my opening statement on college sports in the new NIL era. This committee has a real opportunity to help get this right. The issue matters to me, to my district, and to the people of the state of Michigan. I want to thank the chair, the ranking member, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the time and effort that's gone into this bill. As I've said before, I support this committee's work because college sports matters to student athletes, their families, and communities across this country. And I want to continue working on this bill, but I cannot support this bill today. I think we are not giving this issue the time it needs so that we can reach a real agreement. I supported delaying this markup to the fall that our ranking member asked for so that we could continue constructive conversations to try to create a bipartisan product ahead of markup. Rushing this process risks getting it wrong, and if we get it wrong, it's college athletes who are going to be hurt. Athletes are the ones with the most at stake, and they have to be at the center of our work. Let's be blunt, some people don't want a bill at all. They don't want to get something done on NIL, but I do. Trust me, I do. The reality is that legislation is going to pass, so let's take the time to make sure it protects women's sports and non-revenue and Olympic sports. This bill should reflect the shared goal of putting students first and protecting their well-being both on and off the field. In my district, I'm proud to represent two very different institutions, the University of Michigan and Eastern Michigan University. I've seen how college sports open doors and creates pathways to education, leadership, and lifelong opportunities. And I've heard directly from college athletes, especially those who aren't going to go pro, but look, I have a couple I think will be pro, and I'll be cheering loud for them, about the need for a national framework that gives them clarity, security, and support in this new NIL area. This is exactly why we need Congress, not the executive branch, to act. College sports and NIL shouldn't be shaped by executive action or executive orders. It's our job, and we need to do it right with real bipartisan collaboration. We've made progress thus far, and I appreciate the many good faith conversations, but there's more work to do and things we need to address. I remain committed to that work and to getting this right for the athletes, their futures, and the future of college sports. And I'm just going to say, if people think people don't care, I've worked on a lot of issues, a lot of things that are deep in my soul. I have never had more phone calls from people all over the issue. I got more than 200 calls this weekend. It's this bill. People care about this issue. Thank you. I wish they cared about health care as much, but thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. So, Ms. Kathy, you? So the gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. If a hardworking family were looking to Congress to help solve their problems, they would really be scratching their heads right now. Here we are at the end of the congressional session, end of July. You look back on what the Congress has accomplished over the first 7 months of the year with Trump in the White House, and you'd have to say, when it comes to students in our colleges and universities, this Congress and the Trump administration are failing. They're failing the families, they're failing the students, they're failing the country. There's a great incongruity here on what the committee is focused on, what we're doing oversight on. After all, the Trump administration for many months has been illegally withholding billions of dollars in funding for our universities, for university research, for support of students, research relating to cancer, to diabetes, to agriculture, to you name it. This is going to set us back, and it empowers our adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party and others across the globe. The Congress, with the help of the Trump administration, has cut Pell Grants, restricted work study. They are making student loans more expensive. A lot of that was part of the big ugly bill that passed to give tax breaks to billionaires and millionaires. So I'd say the priorities here are completely out of whack, because what this Congress and the Trump administration is doing there by putting so much financial pressure and instability on our institutions of higher learning and research and students, it will have long-lasting implications for our great country. I do recognize that college sports is important. College athletics is, people are very passionate about it. I know, Ms. Dingle, I hear you too. I want to thank Mr. Bilirakis and the chairman and Rep. Trahan and other members who have jumped in to tackle this. It really should be given more time. In the subcommittee, we raised issues about the application of Title IX and equity in sports, enforcement, how student athletes can enforce NIL deals and revenue sharing. We talked about the extent of the antitrust exemption, what that does to empower students. We talked about the ability for student athletes to actually obtain a degree. We're going to offer a number of amendments along those lines today to improve this bill. I doubt we can get there, but I encourage everyone to stay engaged because I think in the end we could come up with a bipartisan solution. We just shouldn't rush it. And we shouldn't turn a blind eye to what is happening in higher ed across this country either. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Seeing none from the Republican side. The gentlelady from Ms. Clark, Yvette. Did Yvette want recognition? Ms. Clark, did you want recognition? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I apologize. So, Mr. Vesey, you're recognized for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to also thank Gus Bilirakis for everything that he is doing to bring light to this issue. I think that it's very important that we have a bill. I just don't want to have the wrong bill. One of the things that have really concerned me is this characterization by some people and the wild, wild west, saying that now and today we live in the wild, wild west of sports. I want to tell you about the old west, and then I'm going to tell you about the new west. Here are some of the things that happened in the old west. In the Old West in Dallas, Texas, back in the 1980s, for those of you that are old enough to remember the 80s, we had a scandal at SMU University where students were being played to sleep with recruits and being paid to sleep with star players. They were given furs, they were given cash. That's what was happening in the Old West. They went on something called the death penalty that was devastating for that program. One of the star running backs, one of the greatest running backs of all time, Eric Dickerson. They wanted him really badly in College Station. Eric Dickerson they said, come down here, we'll give you a Pontiac Firebird. He went down to College Station and went and got a Pontiac Firebird and drove it back to Dallas. That's what was happening in the Old West. And I can tell you other stories about football players having envelopes of cash put under pizza trays when they would go after the games. That's the Old West. Don't let some of these coaches, some of these high-profile, recently retired coaches and other people that are football icons that I enjoyed watching play, a lot of them were the problems in the Old West. And now they're saying that the New West is a big problem. And look, I don't like everything about the New West, Mr. Chairman. I don't like people getting in the transfer portal when they're sitting on the bench during March Madness. I don't like these shady contracts and these shady agents that are literally going through these low-income neighborhoods, trying to get these kids into these terrible contracts. I don't like that. And I don't like the fact that some of these kids are going to transfer so many times that they will probably never get a college degree if you go year after year after year. But that doesn't mean that I want to close the portal for them. We're not trying to tell other kids that are non-student athletes, that are non-athletes, that we're going to put a cap on how many times they can transfer. So why are we going to try to do that with these kids? There are some problems with this system that we need to fix, but I don't want anybody romanticizing about the Old West. You can go back to all sorts of stories like I just talked about with SMU, with Penn State, and others. There were terrible things, terrible, awful things that were happening during the Old West. We need a new system, and we need a new system that works for parents and for students and for universities and for fans that is fair for all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Any member speaking an opening statement? Gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I do want to acknowledge the negotiations that have taken place over the past week between members of your team and mine. Many of the issues that have been discussed extensively in recent days have seen improvement in the AINs. I believe that's a direct result of the good faith negotiations that have been ongoing since the subcommittee markup last Tuesday, and I appreciate those efforts. However, Mr. Chairman, I'm disappointed that the meaningful progress that we made and could still make is being undermined by today's rushed markup of the SCORE Act. I have repeatedly asked to delay this markup to allow negotiations to run their course, as so too has Ranking Member Pallone and many members of this committee. With more time, we could have brought in more stakeholders, more deeply considered the impacts of the bill on athletes, and invited more members from both sides of the aisle to engage. It is truly a shame that we couldn't see what a deliberative, bipartisan process looks like. I think this committee misses it. Instead, we find ourselves debating a bill that still grants too much authority to the NCAA, athletic conferences, and the most powerful institutions, all at the expense of college athletes. It gives them the antitrust exemption they sought, the preemption of state laws that they pushed for, and the explicit ban on employment status that they lobbied hard to secure. In return, a subset of Division I athletes are granted just 3 years of health care, codification of a right they already have to sign with agents, and access to tutoring and tax preparation services, without meaningful ways to even enforce those protections. That's not a fair trade-off. As a former athlete myself, I know that's not a fair trade-off. And I truly believe that had this markup been postponed to allow more time for meaningful dialogue, both at the staff and at the member level, we could have reached a better, more balanced outcome. That's not just my view. It's a perspective shared by many of our Democratic colleagues who have been fully engaged on this issue since the bill was introduced earlier this month. The amendments we plan to offer today are rooted in our genuine desire to produce a college sports bill that strikes the right balance, one that stabilizes the system but doesn't come at the expense of the hard-fought rights that college athletes have won. It's my hope that our Republican colleagues will give serious consideration to those amendments, reflect on the concerns that we're raising, and vote with us in support for the college athletes who we claim to love on game day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady yields back. Seeing none from the Republican side. Any opening statements? I have next Mr. Carter. You're wearing your New Orleans suit today. So you feel like you're going home, huh?
Seersucker and Jordan today.
Thank you. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a special thanks to Subcommittee Chair Bilirakis, who I do believe has worked in good faith, albeit not quite to the point that we would like to get us to this point. I want to give a special shout out to Ms. Trahan for the incredible work that she's done and other members of this committee. I sincerely appreciate the intent and hard work that's been put into creating this legislation. For far too long, student athletes have generated enormous revenues for colleges, universities, conferences, and the NCAA without being allowed to share in the value of their own hard work. However, I feel that this bill, as drafted, misses the mark. Yes, we need to create a fair national framework for NIL, but we must not lose sight of who this legislation and the entire NCAA system is supposed to serve: the student athletes. As written, the SCORE Act undermines existing legal protections that student athletes have used to fight for fair treatment and shields the NCAA and major sports conferences from being held accountable. In recent years, these young people have turned to the courts to advocate for their rights, and they've won. But this legislation could undercut those hard-fought gains by preempting state laws and narrowing the path for future legal recourse without adequate alternatives. States across the country have stepped up to protect student athletes where federal government has failed to do so. However, this bill will override many of those efforts, potentially rolling back stronger protections enacted by state legislatures that are in the best position to understand their higher education institutions and student populations. And finally, perhaps most troubling of all, this bill would block student athletes from organizing or negotiating over basic necessities such as medical care, long-term health coverage, or protecting against abusive training practices. If we lock in a system that denies athletes a seat at the table, we're not reforming the system. We're merely rebranding the status quo. I encourage revisions to the SCORE Act that reflect the lived experience of student athletes, including Those are smaller, less resourced programs like HBCUs. And meaningful NIL legislation must address real-world challenges these students face both on and off the field. In addition, we need an independent body, not the NCAA, to establish and enforce clear safety standards from conflicts of interest. This bill must also commit to equity, transparency, and accountability. That includes stronger enforcement of Title IX NIL rules that protect student athletes from the exploitative contracts and transparency in both how athletic departments generate and allocate revenues, as well as how much time they demand from student athletes. All that being said, I've seen amendments from the majority get us closer to something that many of us on this side of the aisle could support. With work, we can bridge this divide and work our common goals and to regulate NIL, but to empower the next generation of athletes with dignity, safety, and fairness. Let's take this opportunity to get it right. I ask the chair to continue to work with me between here and the floor to get the product that we can all be proud of, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. You have our commitment. We're going to continue to work to make this a more bipartisan. Is there any further discussion on opening statements? Opening statement? The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Congresswoman Trahan for, I don't know if there are any other athletes, former athletes, who really know what's going on and have experienced the rights of the athletes. And I thought, actually, that we were on our way to have a bipartisan bill that would actually take into account more of the things that are needed. We have to make sure that all of our athletes are treated well, that they have the best regulations. And I am very disappointed that we're moving ahead with the knowledge by the Republicans that we wanted to have some different discussion, some more discussion. And I just, and as much as my friend Gus Bilirakis and I get along so well, I think this is premature, and I'm sorry that we didn't take into account the things that our real athlete has suggested. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Idaho for 3 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to weigh in here before we kick things off with a positive word. This is not premature. This has been worked on for a long time. I think this goes back to last year, and there's been formal meetings this Congress since, I know, at least February 6th. So this is not premature. As you know, I've had some concerns about this representing some mid-sized to smaller schools that, quite frankly, don't see some of the major revenue through the television and sports channels. And so I'm very grateful with the staff that's worked with us on this for a couple of major components. One is the allowance and in the language that allows athletic association funds to be used towards the 20.5. That is something that can equalize just a little bit. It's another source of revenue for that. Also, the newly formed College Sports Commission, which is not particularly entirely dominated by the large power schools with the largest revenue stream. There's a mix in there, and so the smaller mid-sized schools have a voice at the table. So there's been a lot of work put into this, Mr. Chairman, and for those of us who have some of those schools that may not be the biggest revenue generators, there's still a voice, and we know there's more work to do as we go forward, but I think we've got a good start. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. Seeing no other asking for time for an opening statement, the chair calls up H.R. 4312 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4312, a bill to protect the name, image.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition to be recognized on the bill? Mr. Bilirakis is recognized. What purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you.
I have an Ains at the desk.
The clerk will report the Ains. So we'll speak to the Ains as we'll call the Ains up and we'll all speak to the Ains. So the clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4312, offered by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. I speak in support of this amendment, the Ains, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute. And this is a bipartisan piece of legislation which we've been working on for several months, going back to last year, as the Vice Chair stated. The SCORE Act. This amendment makes many crucial changes to address concerns that were raised during and following last week's subcommittee markup. I've had productive conversations with many of my colleagues across the aisle, and they've told us so today, and I appreciate the thoughtful and constructive feedback we've received. The Ains reflects meaningful, good faith changes in response to bipartisan concerns. We accepted language from my colleague from Massachusetts to narrow the preemption clause, and we clarified that the antitrust provision only applies to Section 6. We also strengthened enforcement by adding new mechanisms to ensure accountability. In response to concerns about predatory agents and exploitative contracts, we added targeted language for transparency in contracts, allowed student athletes to terminate contracts after leaving their institution, and capped, I'll repeat, it's so very important, capped the agent fees at 5% under SPARTA to ensure all student athletes and small and medium-sized institutions have a meaningful role in shaping the future of college athletics. We established a governance structure for the IIAAs that allows for a variety of voices, as the Vice Chairman described, a variety of voices to be heard and make decisions regarding the future of college sports. We adopted an amendment from my colleague from California requiring an FTC study on athlete agents, further reinforcing the bill's oversight framework. With these thoughtful bipartisan changes, many others as well that I just don't have time to mention, I would hope that at least some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will be willing to support the bill. But I'm afraid that may not be the case, unfortunately, but we do have an additional 6 weeks to work on this bill during the so-called break, the district work period. So hopefully we'll get there. I really think it's possible that we can get a lot of support on the other side of the aisle, but don't think we haven't been working on this for several months and made a great deal of progress. I also want to address the concerns from some of my colleagues that this has been a rushed process, as I said, not including last Congress when we had a legislative hearing on NIL for my draft bill, the Fair College Sports Act. So far this year, we've had 2 subcommittee hearings, convened multiple bipartisan roundtables, and received input from hundreds, and I mean hundreds of voices across the college sports ecosystem. This has been a multi-year endeavor, which has culminated with this Ames. This bill has a wide range of support from stakeholders across the landscape of college sports. We have the Power 5 conferences, the medium-sized conferences such as the Sun Belt Conference, the small conferences such as the Big South and the Patriot League. We have a wide range of student-athlete organizations, so very important. They do have a seat at the table, and they are my priority. So again, the example of this, the Eastern Michigan SAC, the Student Athlete Advisory Committees, and the Ivy League, the Student Athlete Advisory Committees, and the Big West SAC. Again, Student Athlete Advisory Committees. They support the bill. We have numerous coaching associations covering sports such as wrestling, Olympic sports, volleyball, and swimming and diving. And we also have universities such as Michigan University and Loyola Marymount. These are just some of the supporting organizations that support this bill. And again, the list is growing every day. We need to act now, folks. We must protect our student athletes and ensure that we have a sustainable future for all college sports. We do this in the SCORE Act. I remain hopeful that continued dialogue will bring us closer to consensus on legislation that delivers for student athletes, institutions, and fans alike. And with that, I'll yield back, Mr.
The gentleman yields back, and remember, we're speaking on the Ains. So the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the Ains.
You know, I respect Mr. Bilirakis. I don't mean this out of a lack of respect, but you're suggesting that somehow there's a consensus on this bill with student athletes. Nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, I have a letter, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce, if I could, from various attorney generals from, I think, 5 states. And if I could just read the first part of it, it says, as attorney generals responsible for protecting our citizens from exploitation by monopolies, we write in strong opposition to the SCORE Act. The SCORE Act is a misguided effort that will enshrine in federal law the arbitrary and biased authority of the NCAA at its worst. And it goes on. If I could ask that unanimous since I've introduced. In addition to that, you know, if you keep saying this is bipartisan, this is not bipartisan. Majority of the members of this committee on our side do not support the bill in its current form. I don't support the bill at all. I've got senators like my Senator Booker who said that they will never support this. They are actually out there. I think he was a former football player at Stanford. I don't know the details, saying that this is a terrible thing for student athletes. Maria Cantwell has sent a letter asking us not to move this bill. You need 60 votes in the Senate to pass a bill. My only point here is you can't say that this is a consensus bill. Sure, you've had hearings. I'm not suggesting you haven't. This is going through regular order. There's no question about that. But it's going through regular order in hearings with major people saying that they oppose it, including the members on our side of the aisle on this committee. So what we're saying is that this needs work. I stated at the subcommittee that, you know, even though I'm against us taking any action, because I think we should just let this go and let the courts deal with it and let the students win their gains and hopefully more gains rather than cater to the NCAA. But I mean, I'm willing to work with you too, and maybe we can come up with some legislation, but it has to be very different from what this is. And if you get it passed in the House and you send it to the Senate, it's dead because it needs 60 votes. It's dead. So I'm just saying, again, let's, you know, I don't like to work on things after full committee. I think we should have worked on it before the full committee. We don't pass things out of full committee and then spend the August recess trying to work on it. We try to work on it so it comes out of full committee in the form that we can support. That's not the way to proceed around here. But the bottom line is you can't keep saying that this is some sort of consensus. It is not. There is no consensus here, not in the House, not amongst the parties, not with the Senate, no consensus. But we can still work on it, and hopefully we will. But I just don't think you can honestly say, even though we've gone through regular order, that there's some sort of consensus here. I know that you worked with Ms. Trahan, and appreciate that, but there wasn't enough time to come to something that was actually going to be supported by the Democrats, including her. So let's just not get the impression here that everything is wonderful. It's not. With that, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes anybody on the Republican side speaking on the Ains. Mr. Fry from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word and speak on the Ains. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the subcommittee chairman, Bilirakis, for his work on this, and you too, Mr. Chairman. I think you've done a remarkable job operating in good faith. I don't know, listening to what I hear today, that I can say the same for the other side of the aisle. Just given all the changes that you have made to the bill since we went through subcommittee markup last week, I think the bill was in a good place last week. I think it's in a good place this week, and I appreciate your willingness to try to engage with the other side. I wish that I could hear some more support. Other than unionization of college athletics, that seems to be the end goal. But I appreciate your effort to include smaller and mid-sized institutions along with student athletes themselves. that they would have a meaningful seat at the table within the IIAA governance structure. I think this is a critical step to move forward. At the same time, I want to recognize the significant contributions and longstanding investment of the power of the A4 conferences that they have made, not only in advancing the settlement on behalf of their member institutions, but really on behalf of and for the benefit of the entire collegiate system. Their financial commitments, experience, and longstanding focus on student-athlete well-being deserve that recognition. And they were a key component of this, as well as small schools, players, coaches, really everybody. And as we move through the legislative process, I do want to urge my colleagues to be thoughtful and deliberate when considering how representation is structured within the IIAA. We must continue to work and strike the right balance, ensuring a strong voice for college athletes while also respecting the various needs of all the institutions and the sizes that they are. I want to continue to work with all parties moving forward. I think this is following the markup and prior to the vote on the House floor, and I look forward to working together with colleagues on this committee and off to address my concerns as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. If you'll yield to your few minutes, I just want to thank you for your hard work on this. I know you're also in judiciary, which has a role in this bill as well, and you've been mindful of this for quite some time, and I know we're going to continue to work together, and we've talked about this bill and the process. That has changed quite a bit from what we did in markup and moved, I think, to some of the concerns that were brought up by my friends on the other side of the aisle during markup. Hope springs eternal, and we're going to continue to work together, but thanks for your hard work on this issue. And I'll yield back to you.
And I yield back to you.
Yield back, and the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, for 5 minutes to speak on the Ains.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. As the co-chair of the Congressional Olympic and Paralympic Caucus, which is bipartisan, I wanted to talk about the nexus between Olympic sports and collegiate sports. The United States has a unique approach to developing Olympic athletes, heavily relying on the collegiate sports system, unlike most other leading nations. The United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee is almost entirely privately funded, primarily through donations and corporate sponsorships. This investment provides facilities, coaching, and competition opportunities for aspiring Olympians, effectively acting as the primary development pipeline for Team USA. The power of the collegiate system was on full display at the 2024 Paris Olympic and Paralympic Games, where not only in Congress but across our nation, we stood together as Democrats and Republicans, but mostly as Americans, proudly cheering on our amazing athletes competing on the world stage. Team USA was made up of 75% of U.S. Olympians and 53% of U.S. Paralympians who had college training and affiliations. For those who medaled, the collegiate experience rose to 82% of U.S. Olympians. These athletes' success stories and the infrastructure behind them are only possible with sustained investment across a wide range of sports. Let me stress that, a wide range of sports. U.S. colleges and universities invest over $5 billion annually in Olympic sports, according to ncaa.org. I'm grateful for the bill's sponsors' interest to protect student-athlete earning opportunities and their acknowledgement that it is important to protect opportunities for athletes in a broad base of sports. However, just like others on this side of the aisle, I'm concerned about the unintended consequences this bill might have. Historically, nearly 70% of Team USA athletes came from collegiate sports as part of their athletic journey. In its current form, one could argue that this legislation would undermine opportunity for most collegiate athletes, threaten the long-term health and sustainability of Olympic and Paralympic sport development in the U.S., and undermine athlete rights. And this is a real concern that has been expressed by the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee and others. Now, I will note in the Ains that we have before us, there is a section adding a study on Olympic sports. And I'm thankful that it's been added so we can get the facts to ensure that success of Olympic sports happens not only internationally, but also at the collegiate level. But you know, we all know what happens with studies. And so that's my concern. I, along with others, believe proportional investment across all sports is the best way to preserve and sustain broad-based Olympic and Paralympic sport offerings at the collegiate level. I also want to point out the hypocrisy of tasking the GAO with this report, because they've been long tasked under-resourced as it is. But secondly, GAO is facing a significant budget cut by the Republicans in the coming fiscal year, potentially impacting its ability to conduct oversight and investigations, let alone new reports like this one. The legislative branch portion of the House Fiscal 2026 spending bill includes a proposed $414 million budget for the GAO, which is a substantial decrease from current spending levels. And the Republicans are proposing a nearly 50% reduction in the GAO's budget, which of course is going to lead to staffing cuts and limitations on its authority and ability to fulfill congressional requests. Such deep cuts would likely force the GAO to lay off thousands of employees. So that funding is just not tenable. But I'm hopeful Congress can reach a bipartisan solution that would ensure proportionate operational and scholarship support sustains for future generations of student athletes in broad-based collegiate sports, including Team USA athletes. But let's not sugarcoat this. Let's not say we're going to do a study that's going to be conducted by an agency that's about to be gutted by the Republican budget. Let's work together to actually make sure we can continue this pipeline that has been so important for our Olympic success that we can all be proud of. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair will, anyone on the Republican side want to speak on the Ains? Seeing none, gentlelady from Florida. Did Ms. Matsu, you didn't? So gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. At the outset of the subcommittee meeting, I expressed a concern on the impact of the SCORE Act on Title IX. Now, Title IX, you all know, is the federal law that prohibits sex-based discrimination in education and athletics. It requires schools to offer equitable opportunities to female students and athletes. And what we have here with the House versus NCAA NIL settlement is a complete rewrite of college athletics. And now the SCORE Act will come on top of that. That settlement said universities can directly pay athletes. It creates a revenue sharing program where athletic departments have about $20 million per school to pay athletes. And then athletes can also enter into their own NIL deals on top of that. So I had asked Chairman Guthrie to why the SCORE Act was silent on Title IX. This is a fundamental issue, not to upset, rewrite, obviate the Title IX protections for student athletes. So with all of the discussions, all of the changes, when I look at the Ains, I don't see any reference to Title IX. So I wanted to ask the chair again. Was that intentional? What's the impact of the SCORE Act on Title IX? In your view, it's very important to get the legislative intent on the record. So Chairman Guthrie or Chair Bilirakis, could you address that, please?
I'm sorry, would you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
This is a fundamental issue. Title IX.
Right.
We had a discussion during the subcommittee meeting on whether or not the SCORE Act overrides Title IX, the fundamental federal law, and
Okay.
Your view on that.
Yeah, they were telling me what, did you yield? So
I'll yield.
Yeah, they were talking about what you were talking about. That's why I wanted to make sure I got the question right. So the Ed and Workforce version of this, their portion of the bill, they have language on Title IX, and we have a rule of instruction at the that's in the Ains that says that nothing in this bill is to, I don't know what the exact word, change Title IX or to affect Title IX. Yeah.
So maybe the council can answer that question. What language is contained in the Ains that addresses Title IX, and what is the impact of that?
Yes.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. The ANS for this committee does not have the language on Title IX, and as the chairman mentioned, that falls outside of the scope of this committee.
I'm sorry, but
But
there
it
is,
is in the Education and Workforce Amendment in the nature of a
do
substitute.
you have the language you could share with her so we know? Do you have the end workforce
That's being
language?
marked up right now, but we can get it to you.
So this is such a fundamental issue, and I think we're all in a position of trust but verify. It's hard to move forward and vote in favor of a bill out of this committee, even with knowing that another committee may be working on that. It's just very difficult without that express text in the law. Another reason why we really need to keep working on this, but again, it's such a fundamental issue to equity in sports that it's a signal that we're not ready for prime time here. But thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your explanation. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does anyone on the Republican side seek recognition? I will seek recognition to speak on the Ains, recognize myself for 5 minutes. But, so on Section 7, Title 9, that this is publicly posted from the Ed and Workforce's Ains. It says, nothing in this act or the amendments made by this act may be construed to limit or otherwise affect Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. 20 U.S.C. 1681, I don't know what I'm not a lawyer, ETCQ. So anyway, that's a Latin term, I guess. But essentially, nothing in this act or the amendments made by this act may be construed to limit or otherwise affect Title IX of the Education Amendments. That's on the Ains that's publicly posted, and I assume if they pass a bill out, the Ains will, unless this gets amended out, which I wouldn't expect in their markup.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any reason that couldn't be added as an amendment in this committee?
It's not in our jurisdiction, is the thing.
Is there, now we've often worked on legislation that there may be provisions in it that don't come out of our jurisdiction. Is there anything in the rules that prevents it?
Well, we have to do within our jurisdiction. So I mean, the way that's been done before is that like we did, that y'all have done on bills where you separate different titles, only amend one title at a time. We decided not to do that, so we could just not even have this title before us and just do it a title at a time. I know before some people argued that wasn't efficient use of the way to go through the amendment process, so we didn't do it, but we're trying to limit the amendments to our jurisdiction and Workforce is in their jurisdiction. And like I said, this is publicly posted in their Ains, and so are we gonna let you know once they adopt the Ains in their committee or not? They're meeting as we're meeting, but this is absolutely what we want in the bill as well. I know you want in the bill. And
I've just seen too many twists and turns in the legislative process to say, again, I think we're in a trust but verify moment, and it's maybe you all can consult during our long discussion we're going to have today and see if that can't be
we'll make sure.
incorporated
And
into
this
our
came from, the bill doesn't affect Title IX, but that was in our subcommittee markup. People wanted to make sure it didn't affect Title IX, so that's why this was added from that discussion of that.
Good.
But it was added to Ed and Workforce because of the jurisdiction side of it. But the Ains is publicly posted, and I just read directly from it, but we'll make sure that's adopted as we move forward. So that, I guess, is my time. I will yield back, and who seeks time? And so, gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the Ains.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. I want to begin again by thanking the chair, the ranking member, my good friend Gus Bilirakis, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for the time that's gone into this bill. I know we share a common goal to ensure the future of college sports and opportunity for and the well-being of college athletes. But this bill is not ready for prime time. This is a complex issue that demands careful consideration, and while I appreciate the collaboration and good faith conversations, and I know that changes were made because of our discussions that have taken place, there's more work that's got to be done. And while this amendment reflects some improvements, and I value the effort that was put behind it, I continue to have concerns, particularly about whether this framework puts the athletes at the center of the conversation. I have heard directly from college athletes, especially the women, Olympic sport athletes, and those in non-revenue sports. They've been clear. We need federal rules of the road in this new NIL era, but those rules must prioritize students. The system we create must protect them, support their education, and ensure their voices are heard. And that's why I remain concerned that the newly created Interstate Intercollegiate Athletic Association doesn't provide meaningful athlete representation. We can't build a fair system without the input or the voting power of the very people this framework is supposed to serve. Likewise, the antitrust exemption in this bill would have unintended consequences. It may shield this new body, conferences, and schools from legal accountability while offering few clear protections for student athletes. And quite frankly, unfortunately, in Michigan, we have seen horrific abuses that should never, ever be protected by from legal accountability abuse. I'd like to see more clarity around the standards that will govern how athletes are treated and what recourse they have if those standards aren't upheld. We also have to do more to protect athletes' rights in the new NIL era. While this bill begins to address oversight of third parties like agents, we need stronger guardrails. We've all heard the horrendous stories of coercion, deception, and athletes being taken advantage of. Athletes deserve transparency and protections, and we should be clear about who's responsible for enforcement. Health and safety standards must be enforceable. I support national standards, but without independent oversight, those standards are difficult to guarantee. In practice, state attorney generals are unlikely to take legal action against their own state universities, which is troubling, but a reality. And that's why I support enforcement, something that's focused on athlete protection and institution accountability. On Title IX, we keep talking about it because we all care about it. We know there's agreement on the importance of gender equity in college sports, but we got to be clear that all benefits and opportunities created under this bill have to comply with Title IX. Otherwise, we risk widening existing disparities between men and women's sports. I've had great and long conversations with women coaches in this country, and we could all learn listening to the women's coaches as much as we listen to the men's coaches. And as my colleague Diana DeGette has already talked about, I too want to acknowledge the inclusion of language around Olympic sports. I know this was added with good intentions, and you heard us, but I appreciate the recognition of how important these programs are, but a report is not going to prevent cuts to those sports happening now. We need to be proactive in protecting the breadth and the diversity of college athletics. We don't support our Olympians enough now, and they're going to get hurt. At the end of the day, I know my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and I share many of the same priorities. We all want to do right by college athletes. I appreciate the hard work that's gone into this bill and this process, but I believe and know we can do more, and we should keep working together to strengthen the protections, the oversight, and the equity that's at the heart of this legislation. Thank you again to the chairman, the ranking member, to Mr. Bilirakis, my colleagues here who care. I hope we can continue this dialogue. Unfortunately, we can't support it today, but we got to continue our work on this effort, and I yield back.
Anyone on the Republican side that wishes to speak on the Ains? Or anyone on the Democrat side? Well, it looks like we can go forward then with the amendatory process. There she is. You're recognized, Ms. Trahan. No? Are there any amendments to the Ains? Yes.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. I
You're recognized.
thought we were still doing opening
course, of
statements. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk titled NIL Markup 1.
Mr. Chairman, reserve a point of order, please.
Yes, we'll reserve the point of order. Thank you. The clerk will report the amendment.
NIL underscore markup underscore 1, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Mr.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment gets to the heart of fairness in college sports. It removes 3 sections of the SCORE Act that, taken together, would severely limit the rights of college athletes to advocate for themselves and challenge unjust treatment. First, it eliminates the bill's antitrust exemption that would give the NCAA and its member conferences unchecked power to impose restrictive rules on athletes, indefinitely and without fear of legal accountability. The NCAA has a long, ugly history of opposing reform at every turn, consistently resisting athletes' rights, even on something as basic and broadly supported as NIL. The progress we've seen in recent years didn't come from NCAA foresight or conference leadership. It came because athletes fought back. They spoke out, they filed lawsuits, and they won in court. And yet this bill would reward the very institution that argued just last year in Johnson v. NCAA that college athletes should be seen not as employees, but as more akin to prison labor under the 13th Amendment's slavery exception. That was their argument. Is that really the best approach here? I appreciate the difficult position President Baker inherited, and I think he's made strides. But what happens when there's a new NCAA president? Do we just hope history doesn't repeat itself? Do we really believe Congress will reverse this if it goes too far? Let's not make that bet. This section as written should be removed. Second, my amendment strikes language that would, for the first time in federal law, permanently ban college athletes from ever being recognized as employees. Now, to be completely clear, no college athlete is currently classified as an employee, not of their school or their conference, nor of the NCAA. And there's no pending decision before the NLRB on this question. Now, if down the line athletes seek employee status and succeed, it will be because of how they're treated, the hours that they're required to commit, the level of institutional control, the limitations on their autonomy. But this provision slams that door shut before the conversation even begins, barring the right to collectively bargain whether or not compensation is even on the table. Once again, I believe this section should be struck in its entirety. Finally, this amendment removes the federal preemption for all state NIL laws. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your staff's engagement and the revisions to this section. The AINS is better than what we saw during the markup in subcommittee last week, but I remain concerned that even as revised, the section could override state protections around athlete health, mental health services, and sexual violence, like the Michigan law that enabled the prosecution of Larry Nassar. We need to have rigorous, evidence-based discussions about which state laws we're trying to preempt and which ones we're not. And we just can't do that thoughtfully under the compressed timeline that we're being forced to consider the SCORE Act. Now, as I said last week, federal law should set a high floor, not a low ceiling for athlete protections. States that want to do more for their athletes should have the freedom to do so. So in sum, Mr. Chairman, this amendment prevents federal law from entrenching the very power imbalance that has disadvantaged college athletes for generations. If we're going to move this bill forward, we must do it in a way that centers and respects the voices of the athletes themselves. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I must insist on my earlier point of order. The amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the Rules of the House because it is not germane. Specifically, the amendment as a whole goes beyond the scope of this committee's jurisdiction, thus making it not germane.
Okay, does any other member wish to speak on the amendment or the point of order in this case? The point of order. Seeing none, the chair is ready to rule. The chair is ready to rule, and then the member makes a point of order that the amendment offered by Ms. Trahan is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. The chair finds that the amendment as a whole goes beyond the scope of the committee's jurisdiction. It is therefore not germane. The point of order is sustained. Are there any other amendments to the Ains? Ms. Clark, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk labeled NIL_markup_02_XML.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Reserve a point. I'm told it's all right.
I recognize.
I withdraw.
We reserved.
I withdraw.
Okay. The chair will report in other words, the clerk will report the amendment.
NIL_markup_02. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Ms. Clark. Page 1, strike line 15 and all that follows through page 2, line 2.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word to speak on my amendment. Thank you. As I've said before, I am deeply troubled by the antitrust exemption this bill would provide the NCAA and athletic conferences. Let me remind you all that antitrust lawsuits brought by current and former players are the reason athletes have been able to achieve the gains of these last few years. And if history is any guide, the NCAA and other athletic conferences simply cannot be trusted with creating fair guidelines that protect college athletes and their ability to profit from their own name, image, and likeness. We simply cannot turn the same entities that created the broken, inequitable system of the past to serve as the stewards of a new system. We are already seeing the folly in this thinking play out with the newly created College Sports Commission. Also, proposed NIL deals are rejected out of hand due to decisions to arbitrarily decide that college athletes cannot accept certain appearance fees, which seems fundamental to monetizing the value of one's name, image, and likeness. And to pair this antitrust exemption with a broad preemption of state law, which would prevent state attorneys general, local law enforcement, and college athletes and their families from bringing causes of action under state law when the NCAA and the conferences make serious mistakes is the wrong move. When college athletes are sexually assaulted by their coaches or trainers, something we have seen before, they should have a cause of action in state court. When college athletes die on the practice field because of heat stroke, something we have seen before, their families should be able to go to court and seek justice and to help make sure that this doesn't happen to other people. So let's empower college athletes instead of giving the NCAA everything on its wish list without regard to the consequences of doing so. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back, and I'll recognize on the Republican side, Representative Fry. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I oppose the amendment because striking these sections would nullify the entire intent of the bill, which is to bring stability to college athletics. In fact, the examples that were provided on the other side are not even envisioned within this bill. They don't apply. State actions would still consider. This is all about NIL. We heard from our Democrat colleagues for weeks, really, leading up to the subcommittee markup and even after. It made clarifying edits in the AINs to address their concerns on the liability limitation and the preemption being too broad. For example, we added clarifying language in Section 10 of the bill to address the concerns and specifically address state laws of general applicability. The antitrust liability protection in Section 7 is imperative to provide much-needed clarity to the current ecosystem. This protection is conditional on compliance with the SCORE Act, which allows the Interstate Intercollegiate Athletic Association to create and enforce rules that are narrowly tailored to address issues including NIL, transfers, and eligibility. Lastly, the bill needs strong preemption because a patchwork of state laws is unsustainable and leads to competitive disadvantages between schools. Without preemption, athletes in different states will face unequal opportunities, confusing standards, and enforcement gaps, undermining both competition and athlete protections. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yields back. Anybody on the Democrat side? The ranking member of the full committee is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment to the AINs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the gentlewoman from New York's amendment. I had already asked to enter into the record a letter that we received, a very powerful letter from the Attorney Generals of Florida, Ohio, Tennessee, New York, and Washington, D.C. And I would point out that this letter includes that the majority of them are Florida, Ohio, Tennessee, are Democratic, are Republican-dominated states. So it's not just, blue states, it's primarily red states that are attorney generals that are sending this letter opposing the SCORE Act. And these attorneys general have all brought suit against the NCAA for abusing their authority over college athletes. In this letter, the attorneys general described the SCORE Act, as I said, as a misguided effort that will enshrine in federal law the arbitrary and biased authority of the NCAA at its worst. Very critical of the NCAA and of this bill. There's another section in the letter where the Attorney General is explaining, and I quote, that the NCAA has spent decades using its monopolistic power to impose harsh punishments for minor infractions, ignore major infractions, and rake in billions and billions of dollars on the backs of indentured student athletes while suppressing their opportunities to share in the wealth. Pretty critical, again, of the NCAA. Again, I don't understand why, the Republicans and the president are, so determined to take away research dollars, endowments, tax endowments, take away student loans, all the academic things that relate to college, they want to get rid of, but they care about this billions of dollars that the colleges get from sports. I wish you'd spend a little more time worrying about some of the other things. But the letter also says that antitrust enforcement and state legislation have compelled a paradigm shift in college sports. However, despite progress, the NCAA and its members have yet to fully ensure fair treatment for student athletes. And as they explain, the SCORE Act, quote, will not redress the persistent power imbalance between the NCAA and student athletes. To the contrary, it risks enshrining in federal law the same lack of accountability to antitrust laws, to the states, and to student athletes themselves that the Supreme Court and numerous lower federal courts have found to be indefensible. Now, I agree with these states' attorney generals. Don't often agree with states' attorney generals from red states, frankly. But I do think that they make a very valid point, and I urge my colleagues to support Representative Clark's amendment, striking the provisions that give the NCAA and the conferences broad protection from federal and state antitrust laws, while preempting other state laws, leaving college athletes without access to seek legal remedies for bad acts by the NCAA and the conferences. The bad acts will only continue. It's really kind of a shame. I guess I'm just surprised by all this, but if we were to adopt Representative Clark's amendment, it would make a world of a difference. And with that, I yield back. I'll yield to, I don't have any time left. Oh, I do. Yeah, I'll yield to Mr. Peters. You want your own time? Okay, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody on the Republican side that wishes to speak on Ms. Clark's amendment to the Ains? No? On the Democrat side? Yes. Mr. Soto, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, college sports are fundamental to our way of life, and I will say, this last year we were enthralled by University of Florida winning the basketball championship. For that, I tip my hat off to you, Chairman. You know, it wasn't long ago that another school, FSU, not as big of a fan, I know, when I was in the state senate, was on their way to the NCAA college football championship, and Jameis Winston was the quarterback, and he ended up winning the Heisman Trophy. And there was a moment halfway through that season that shocked a lot of people. He got caught stealing crab legs from Publix, and a lot of people were thinking, how is that possible? Why would anybody who's on the road to the Heisman Trophy winner or to win the college championship get caught in something like this? And it really started to have a lot of us ask questions about how little, how impoverished a lot of these student athletes were at the time that they were doing these amazing things. Billions of dollars in economic development generated, huge amounts of interest. And Jameis and other college athletes, they were surrounded by wealth on all sides, big boosters, their kids, all these different businesses, everybody making money, yet they were living in poverty. And it's only when you look through that lens you realize what the old system was like, which is why the Supreme Court declared that the NCAA was a monopoly and that players were exploited, and that this had to change. This bill would reinstate that monopoly, and I think we all understand that. And so as we look at how potentially NCAA could get a monopoly reinstated, that we have to have the fairest rules of the road and take the long view. And so when you look at the role of states and whether or not state laws should have any effect, you know, that is a concern for a lot of us. A total preemption may not be taking the long view when it comes to how this law will be tested over time with many different scenarios that we can't determine here. In addition, banning collective bargaining. If we're going to make the league more like the private sector, every other major league has a players association, and that helps with the long view to make sure we're making these adjustments. I'll tell you many of the things that Democrats support. We do want rules of the road. I think we all understand that. We want standard elements in these NIL contracts so that they're not open-minded to exploitation. We want to make sure students actually get an education. We want to make sure there's overall spending caps for schools so that this doesn't bankrupt small and mid-sized schools. We want fair rules of the road for transfer portals. It shouldn't happen mid-season. There should be a limited amount of them so that it doesn't cause all this chaos. We want to protect existing sports. NCAA usually requires at least 16 sports. We want to make sure both the players that are involved in the highest revenue sports like football and basketball get rewarded, but not at the total expense of all these other sports that don't make as much money. We want to make sure we're protecting our Olympic athletes and the talent pipeline that happens to go through our universities. We want to protect athletes under Title IX and not make sure this monopoly closes all loopholes. And we appreciate the chairman's good faith efforts to move on Title IX, so thank you for that. And we want to make sure that students can get fair representation, both whether it be through agents or through a players union, and that if we're going to have some preemption of state law, that it's not total. You know, I got to say, we rarely find ourselves on the side of the Florida AG among Florida Democrats in our state, but in this way, you see this coalition of folks who do understand that there is a role for state law to play and that a total preemption may not take the long view, as well as limiting players' rights. And so with that, I appreciate the effort that's been made so far. I do think there's a lot more that needs to happen as we get to a bipartisan product, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone on the Republican side that wishes to speak on the amendment, the Clark amendment to the Ains? Anybody on the Democrat side? Yeah, I think we'll go with Mr. Peters first because he raised his hand first. But I'll recognize, of course, the gentlelady from Florida But we'll recognize Mr. Peters first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Skipping over Florida
5
for me.
minutes to
Appreciate
discuss
that.
on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge my colleagues, Representatives Trahan and Dingle, and Mr. Bilirakis for really working hard on this issue. I think it's something that you've heard we want to get to a good result on, and I certainly join that chorus. I won't support the bill today, but I think there's a commitment that we'll work together, and I'm glad to hear that. We're considering a proposal to establish a national framework to set forth rules and regulations on student athletes' rights to profit from their name, image, and likeness. And currently, the patchwork of state legislation is causing confusion for both schools and athletes. From state to state, student athletes have different rights on what deals they can make, and schools have different authorities on what rules they can set. So it's clear that we need to address NIL to provide students, schools, and conferences with the legal clarity they need to promote competition, the role of academics in our college athletics, and the health and safety of our student athletes. I hope the committee will craft a bipartisan proposal in a deliberate manner that reflects our constituents' concerns and addresses the urgent need to find a sustainable solution to the challenge confronting NIL policy. Now, we do need some sort of national standard, and I found myself in this position before saying, I'm not uncomfortable with preemption. I think in this case, we need one course of action for students who are harmed by the college athletic system financially, fiscally, or emotionally. We don't have that standard yet, so I'm not going to vote yes on the bill, but I do support preemption. I think that that's right. We should work to get one standard here, national standard. And the other thing is I think we have to acknowledge that the fallout from the House versus NCAA litigation is a big reason that Congress is moving forward on the legislative fix it all, and I think that's all to the good. But we don't want to run this country on lawsuits and court decisions alone. I also think we're going to need an antitrust exemption. So I'm going to not support this particular amendment because all it does is wipes away the parts of the legislation I think we're going to need at the end. But I'm not going to support the legislation because I don't think we have the right standard yet. And I want to encourage all of us to work together to make sure that we do address it. I also want to, this is not directly on the amendment, I do think we need to address Title IX. I understand that's partly out of our jurisdiction, but I think we got more work to do. And I think it's critical to keep up this work to get a product that has a future in the upper chamber on which both sides can agree. So while I will not support this amendment, I cannot support the bill and look forward to working in the future to get something that we all can agree on. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman yields back. Anybody on the Republican side wish to speak on the amendment? Democrat? Yeah, we have Ms. Castor. You're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I'd like to raise a point that I raised in this subcommittee markup, and that involves kind of the breadth of an antitrust exemption along with broad preemption. And I do see that some of the language has changed. I want to thank Representative Clark for offering this amendment because it gives me an opportunity to ask this question and associate myself with the remarks of Representative Peters as well. He's very thoughtful and is always looking for a bipartisan solution. So when you combine an antitrust exemption with broad preemption, really it raises a lot of questions about the rights of student athletes to challenge contracts. What if there's a breach of contract? What if they are the victim of sexual harassment or sexual assault? What if there is a fraud being done? And I know we're going to have a debate on how student athletes enforce, what the enforcement provisions are under the SCORE Act. But I noticed, Mr. Chairman Bilirakis, you've added some language under the preemption section of rules of construction. It says nothing in the subsection may be construed to relieve any person of liability under a state law of general applicability that does not conflict with this act, including the amendments made by this act, or relieve any person of liability under common law. Does that, I'm going to ask a legislative intent issue and then ask the council for legal interpretation. For example, if a student athlete is sexually assaulted and they will they be able to bring a civil action? Does anything in the SCORE Act obviate their legal rights when it comes to?
They will be able to bring an action. And we wanted to clarify that language because you gave us some great input in the subcommittee. So yes, nothing will
And
prohibit
then,
that from
does that
happening.
apply to breach of contract?
Yes, I believe so. Yes,
And does that apply to fraud?
yes.
So you intend for, under the rules of construction, for the preemption section to be fairly limited, really only to the revenue sharing, the NIL provisions here, and not go outside.
That's correct.
And legal counsel, do you concur with that? Would a student athlete have the ability to bring suits for a breach of contract or fraud or sexual assault or anything else under the new language that's been added?
Thank you for the question. Yes, and the rule of construction, which I can read as well, but I know you have it in front of you, that is the case.
There are still some big questions on antitrust, but I really appreciate you addressing this provision. I think there's still a lot of questions to be asked and answered on this, but I appreciate that has been clarified. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Lady yields back, and I appreciate you bringing that up because that's very important. And we did, again, very constructive criticism in the last subcommittee meeting, and I guess we have a better product for it. So I appreciate it very much. Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else on the Republican side? Democrat side? Yes, Ms. Trahan, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the intent behind preemption. It's to bring order to the patchwork of laws governing name, image, and likeness. I know how overwhelming it would be to navigate a complex legal landscape on top of choosing a school, weighing scholarship offers, and thinking about your future. I was 17 years old when I signed my letter of intent, and comparing two offers from two very different schools with two parents who didn't go to college, myself being the first to go to college, that was difficult. Now layering on NIL laws that differ by state, that patchwork doesn't work for athletes. And we're clear that we want to give athletes the tools so that they can make the best decision for themselves. But we can achieve national consistency without undermining states' rights or suppressing stronger protections. Our preemption should establish baseline rights for college athletes nationwide while giving states the freedom to do more. So even with the positive changes that we saw last week, we just don't get there. There's, as written with no savings clause, this preemption could go well beyond state NIL laws. And we have not had a chance to sort of, in the week's time, to look at that language and understand where those risks are. We have over 30 states that have NIL laws on their books, but we have many more that have laws that pertain to health and safety for players, for mental health, for financial services. This preemption could upend those state laws, which I do not think is the intention of this bill, but the bill as written isn't clear. Second, on the antitrust, I have a hard time believing that if we grant the NCAA and powerful conferences the sweeping antitrust exemption that currently exists in this bill, that Congress is going to come back and revisit it if they overreach. We didn't do that when the MLB used their antitrust exemption to axe 42 minor league teams, shuttering stadiums across this country and probably in your district. We could have, but we just didn't do it. So I want us all to be clear. Once we give this shield to an organization like the NCAA, we don't get that power back. So I would suggest that at the very least, we more narrowly tailor this exemption to precisely what's in the House settlement, which is what the association initially asked for, and that we institute a sunset provision. We can make it 10 years to coincide with the expiration of the House settlement, or we could make it 9 years to line up with the NCAA's next media rights renegotiation. Either way, let's make them prove to us that they deserve this shield. It will be a check on their power and a way for Congress to address issues that arise in an evolving college athletics landscape. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment on the Republican side, Democrat side? Okay. Well, I understand that we want a roll call on this particular amendment. So why don't we go ahead and have the clerk call the roll?
Mr. Latta. No. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis.
No.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia is not recorded. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Dunn is not recorded. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mr. Evans votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger is not recorded. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no.
Mr. Obernolte?
Mr. Obernolte is recorded as no.
Oh, okay. And Mr. Evans? Okay, you have a couple here. How is Ms. Kelly recorded?
Ms. Kelly is not recorded. Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Okay. How is Mr. Vesey recorded?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Mr. Vesey votes aye.
That should do it. The clerk will report the result.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 31 noes.
Is Lansey? He is recorded. We're good. We're good. Thank you. Thank you. So the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Anyone on the, yeah, no further amendments? Well, that would be nice. Okay, Mr. Carter, so for what purpose would you like to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. Cart LA 029.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Cart LA _029, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
Without objection, the read of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
You're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this is a common sense amendment to strengthen enforcement of the bill's framework. As it stands, this bill grants enforcement authority solely to the state attorneys general. However, this will lead to inconsistent enforcement at best, or non-existent enforcement at worst. Some attorneys general may disagree with this law or simply choose to look the other way, especially when violations involve their own flagship universities. That puts student athletes at some states at a disadvantage and creates an uneven playing field. That's why my amendment adds a straightforward fix. It gives the Federal Trade Commission joint authority to enforce NIL protections nationwide. The FTC has deep experience in consumer protection and commercial practices. It is well equipped to investigate bad actors, uphold transparency, and ensure athletes are not being exploited. Importantly, giving the FTC this role ensures that enforcement does not depend on local politics, university pressure, or preferences of a single state official. We owe it to student athletes to make sure that they have the right to profit on their own hard work. Enforcement should be real, reliable, and uniform no matter where the athlete goes to school. It should be in uniformity no matter where the student goes to school. The amendment doesn't take anything away from the state. It simply ensures that if state fails to act, the federal government can step in to protect student athletes with the integrity of the college for college sports. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and to stand for fair national enforcement of student athletes' rights. Let's make the law meaningful for every student. This is simple. This is something I think we can all agree on. This gives us the check and balance that we often look for in this body to ensure that we'll have the opportunity to have both the FTC and state attorneys general. I have spoken with the chairman about this. I hope, Mr. Chairman, that you will see fit to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself to speak on the amendment to the Ains. Again, I move to strike the last word. I oppose the amendment because I believe it is unnecessary. First, the Ains already includes robust enforcement of the SCORE Act. States attorneys general are empowered to bring actions that ensure that students and their NIL rights are protected. Moreover, if IIAA does not comply with the terms of the act, they will lose their liability protections. I want to repeat that one more time. If hopefully everyone's paying attention. Moreover, if IIAA does not comply with the terms of the act, they will lose their liability protections. Second, the AINS directs the FTC to conduct a study on whether an independent body is fit for purpose to regulate agents who enter into contracts with college athletes. I would recommend that we wait for the result of the proposed study before we grant additional new authorities to the FTC. In fact, I would remind everyone that the FTC already has existing legal authorities to protect college athletes, which Congress granted them when we passed SPARTA. So for these reasons, I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this particular amendment, and I yield the balance of my time. I'll yield back the balance of my time. Anybody on the Democrat side wish to speak on the amendment? Yes, Ms. Trahan, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. I applaud Mr. Carter for sounding the alarm on the lack of meaningful enforcement in this bill and for proposing a thoughtful amendment to address it. You know, during our subcommittee markup last week, I offered a similar amendment focused on enforcement, and every Democrat on the panel voted in favor, and every Republican voted against it. It failed along party lines, and I sincerely hope Mr. Carter's amendment doesn't meet the same fate, because without robust enforcement mechanisms, federal, state, and private, the protections promised to athletes in the SCORE Act are a little more than lip service. When negotiating with our Republican colleagues, we pushed hard for enforcement, and as a result, as the chairman mentioned, the bill now includes authority for state attorneys general to enforce certain provisions. That's progress, no question. But it's also a tacit acknowledgement of the core point that we made last week. A right which is legally unenforceable is no right at all. And while this concession is a step forward, it just doesn't go far enough. Right now, state AGs can only enforce Section 3 of the bill, focused narrowly on NIL requirements. That's a fraction of what this legislation covers. Who's going to make sure that colleges live up to their obligations to protect athletes' health and safety? Who ensures that the NCAA administers the transfer portal fairly? And when those obligations are broken, when an athlete is harmed physically, financially, or mentally, what's their recourse? Even more troubling, the bill couples limited enforcement with an exemption from antitrust liability. Now, that's just a dangerous combination. We've seen what happens when powerful institutions operate with impunity. There's a better way, and I think this committee has proven that. Just look at the Take It Down Act, championed by you, Mr. Chairman, and one that passed with broad bipartisan support. In that bill, we gave the FTC new enforcement authority, and we celebrated it. So why not apply that same logic here? I mean, we all know a study is not enforcement. If Congress is legislating on college sports as a matter of interstate commerce, shouldn't there be a federal enforcer like the FTC to uphold those rules? The AINS already gives the commission reporting responsibilities. Let's go one step further and give it teeth. And while we're at it, let's empower athletes themselves with the private right of action, because no one has more at stake than they do. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Carter's common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anybody on the Republican side wish to speak on the amendment? On the Democrat side? Yes, Ms. Castro, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Representative Carter for this important amendment, and I think it goes hand in hand with the amendment drafted by Representative Ocasio-Cortez. I hope she will be offering that one as well. And Rep. Trahan is right. The way the bill and the AINS right now is drafted, student athletes will have less rights than they did before. You're granting this broad antitrust exemption and liability shield. That is where student athletes brought brought enforcement before. So if you're going to take that away, you're going to need to include some express enforcement. And to say that a state attorney general is going to take on enforcing an NIL deal that a student athlete has entered into with the college or university, that's just too much. And that really is not their role. I can see an important role for the FTC to bring it, but especially for a private right of action of the actual student athlete, or that to be able to, a group of athletes to be able to bring a case and make sure that their rights are heard. And without proper enforcement, all of the progress that you've made on improving the preemption section and moving the ball down the field, so to speak, you're just not going to get there. It's kind of a fumble, you'd say. You've moved it down the field, you're getting closer, but you fumbled it. Now let's pick it up, let's fix this, let's adopt this Representative Carter's amendment, Rep. Ocasio-Cortez's amendment, and move forward to a really meaningful bipartisan bill. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
General Lady yields back. Anybody on the Republican side to discuss the amendment? Anybody on the Democrat side to discuss the amendment? First of all, I want to thank Representative Carter for working with me on this particular bill, and all the Democrat members. I think we are getting closer, so we appreciate that very much. But again, I do not favor this particular amendment, but will request you want a recorded vote? Okay, the gentleman requests a recorded vote. So the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Allen. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. Tegat. Ms. Tegat votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie? No. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr.
How
Latta
is-
votes no.
How about Mr. Carter? How is he recorded?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Mr. Carter votes no.
How is Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no.
How is Mr. Crenshaw recorded?
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Allen votes no.
How is Mr. Joyce recorded?
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Kane is not recorded. Mr.
How's
Kane votes
Mr.
no.
Evans recorded?
Mr. Evans is not recorded. Mr. Evans votes no.
Anyone on the Democrat side that has not been recorded? All right. Well, why don't, the clerk will report the amendment, the result of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 29 noes.
So the amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Ms. Trahan is recognized for her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call up Amendment OCA SNY 20.
OCA SNY _ 020, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by the gentle lady. At the end of the bill, add the following. Section 12, suit by student athletes injured. A, civil action.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed
Mr.
with.
Chairman?
Yes,
If I could reserve a point of order.
the gentleman reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order. So without objection, the amendment is considered read. So we'll go ahead and recognize the gentle lady to propose her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've been discussing today, the SCORE Act lacks the robust enforcement mechanisms that are necessary to ensure the limited rights included in the bill are more than just words on paper. Right now, the bill does not give athletes a viable avenue for recourse when the NCAA, a conference, or even their own institution violates their rights. That's a major gap, and one that this amendment seeks to close. This amendment is simple and establishes a private right of action, giving athletes the legal standing to hold institutions accountable when their rights are infringed. This is about balance. A private right of action doesn't replace federal or state enforcement, it complements it. It allows government regulators to do their jobs while also giving athletes the power to take matters into their own hands if they feel that's necessary. This is especially important given the uneven nature of enforcement we've seen in the past. We cannot rely solely on the NCAA or conferences that have historically fallen short of protecting athletes to suddenly become their strongest advocates. If we are serious about athletes' rights, then those rights must be enforceable. This is not a radical idea, it's common sense. College athletes are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for basic provisions that are rooted in fairness. They're asking for the same legal tools any American has if and when their rights are violated, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, recognize the gentleman on our side. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I might first withdraw my point of order.
Wait, we have a point of order?
I had a point of order reserved. I'm withdrawing that reservation.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The SCORE Act would create a much-needed national framework for college sports that offers stability, clarity, and transparency that stakeholders, including college athletes, need and have been calling for. The proposed amendment, however, would codify new private rights of action that advances the interest of trial lawyers, not college athletes. We only need to look at the House versus NCAA settlement to understand why that's an issue. The House settlement paved the way for athletes to receive $2.8 billion in back damages, but because of legal fees, almost $500 million of that went to attorneys. Now think about that. That's about $500 million that could have gone to supporting college athletes. Instead, the money is now paying for whatever lawyers use it for. Beyond a private right of action, filling the pockets of lawyers, not students, trials are lengthy and adversarial, discouraging resolution. Instead of working with athletic associations to resolve disputes collaboratively, students would be pushed toward costly, time-consuming legislation. The SCORE Act puts students front and center. By contrast, this amendment has been offered, puts trial lawyers front and center. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? All right, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield to my colleague from Massachusetts.
Thank you to the congressman for yielding. This has been an argument that we heard in the subcommittee. The fact that we pay attorneys to defend the rights of athletes is no reason to not give athletes recourse in this bill. Look, we're giving away a lot in this bill. We're giving away a lot to the people who are want to sustain this power imbalance. They get to capture a lot of the value that the athletes themselves create. And when you have an antitrust exemption into perpetuity coupled with preemption that doesn't allow states to build on a meaningful floor of laws or a framework, and then you have no enforcement, it's a recipe for people behaving badly, and one that we don't get to come back to. So without a PRA, just having that option in the bill, it's going to make sure that people think twice about what they're doing in terms of infringing on athletes' rights or giving them more say as this ecosystem evolves. Without it, it is just going to be, the Wild West, but in the wrong way. It's going to be the athletes not having a voice at the table, not having recourse when, conferences or the NCAA trample over the very rights that they fought so hard to do these last few years. So I don't think it's a threat to have this in the bill. I think it's necessary so that we're keeping this legislation focused on who I think we all want to protect. And those are the people that we cheer for on game day. Those are the people that we're all fans of. So I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, sir. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question of counsel. And I note on page 16 that there is a provision for agreements between the students and the schools. Is there a prohibition against an attorney fee provision in that language? In other words, in the normal course of a contract being enforced, if you win, you get attorney fees. My point here is there a prohibition against a student suing to enforce his or her rights under this contract in this bill?
Thank you. Are you referencing subsection E on page 17, the actions by state?
For that matter, I'm actually talking about the entire bill. If a student enters into a contract, can't they include in the contract a normal provision that says that they can sue to enforce specific performance, they can sue to get, and if they win, they get attorney fees. I'm just trying to say here, why would we need a private cause of action when the contract itself would be enforceable under state laws discussed earlier this morning?
Okay, thank you, sir. I believe the answer would be yes.
The answer is
first
yes,
question.
that we don't need this proposed amendment because a contract is always going to contain the rights of specific performance, the rights of enforcement, the rights of the student to protect their interests because the contract would provide such. That's a normal contract term.
Yes, sir.
And as I might note that I've been speaking with folks over in the Education Committee, I ask that there be legal representation included in their portion of the bill so that the student has a lawyer helping them write up the contract. I make a note of that because that further illustrates the lack of need for this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Oh, no, give it
The gentlelady from Florida is right. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the gentlelady from Boston, Massachusetts.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleagues because I think the provision that my colleague on the other side of the aisle is calling out is only for the NIL portion of the bill. There is nothing in that language that would give an individual the right to contest the other sections, sections 5 and 6. I mean, let's be clear, this bill goes well beyond NIL. The antitrust exemption goes far beyond, the preemption goes far beyond, the enforcement, which it's underwhelming in terms of what we would need to see for athletes. Yet the contract law that you're referencing does not pertain to all of it. And so I just want us to all be aware as we're, voting for this bill, who has the power to have recourse. It's not the athletes as written in this bill. Thank you. I yield.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Any further discussion on the amendment? Yes, the gentlelady from Florida.
Thank you. I have a question. So if the current AINS limits enforcement just to state AGs, a limitation on attorney's fees would not be applicable. So I think there may need to be, I see the gentleman from Oregon, I think you have a concern about all the contracts under the bill, but for this section, it's just state AGs that have the ability to enforce, and that's just not good enough. That's not good enough. You have to give students the ability to enforce, and then Rep. Carter's good amendment was, okay, then Federal Trade Commission to enforce, but I think the bill will remain fundamentally flawed until you allow students the ability to enforce the provisions of law. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Further discussion on amendment, either side. Hearing no further discussion, a vote occurs on the amendment. I've been told we have a roll call vote requested, so the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn.
No.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is Mr. Lauder recorded?
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Mr. Bilirakis votes no.
Lauder?
Mr. Lauder is not recorded. Mr. Lauder votes no. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mrs. Kamick votes no.
Are there any other votes? Go ahead. How's Mr. Peters?
Mr. Peters is not recorded. Mr. Peters votes aye.
Mr. Shue? How is Mr. Shue recorded?
Ms. Schakowsky is not recorded.
Schakowsky is.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye.
Any more votes? All right. Clerk will report the roll call.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 28 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Pfluger, you're recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, can the gentleman please specify his amendment?
Yes, the amendment is the Service Academy Amendment, also known as the Pfluger 097.
Pfluger _097, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4312, offered by Mr. Pfluger.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a proud graduate of the United States Air Force Academy and also a student athlete,
wanted to offer this amendment to address what I think has been a missed issue in this NIL discussion as it relates to military service academies. The current yearly cost of an Air Force Academy education, and this is similar at the Naval Academy in West Point as well, is $165,000, $980 to train cadets. That's the yearly cost to train cadets to become midshipmen and so forth, to become officers and warfighters in our nation's military. So specifically for the Air Force Academy, since 2021, that institution has lost 111 student athletes to the transfer portal. So when you add that money up, that's $28,216,600 of taxpayer money. And of those 111 cadets who departed the United States Air Force Academy, we are aware of at least 56 who enrolled in other schools as athletes at various levels, including Division I, Division II, and Division III athletic programs. So because these athletes are paid during their service academy time, they're considered employees of the federal government, so they're paid at the appropriate levels. They qualify as federal employees, and for the purposes of ethics rules, NIL is not compatible with that particular status. And it goes much further than that. It's not just a status, it's also an ideology that they're there to serve their country. That's what they've signed up to do. But I believe that the most appropriate approach for addressing this critical issue is to provide a reimbursement for transfers out of military service academies. And my proposed change would include a provision in Section 6 to require the IIAA to establish rules that require any member institution to reimburse the government for the full cost of the education for accepting a transfer student athlete from a service academy, whether that's Air Force Academy, West Point, Annapolis, so forth and so on. And I believe that this is not only a common sense change, but it would protect taxpayer dollars and the institutions, who are actually one of the last places where being a student athlete is still held in that sacred way. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to yield if there's further discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about this. I graduated the U.S. Military Academy, and I was not a varsity athlete. I had some really good friends who were varsity athletes, but it's different. And matter of fact, when I was there was a big, any Navy fans in here? There was a big discussion about Napoleon McCullum, who broke his leg, who was, I think, his runner-up for the Heisman Trophy. Wonderful young man at the time, but broke his leg and he got redshirted. So that was even a big issue for the service academies. And of course, if you're from the Army, David Robinson grew over the height of the Naval Academy. They still let him play basketball. But so here's the issue, and your issue's right. I know this is in the jurisdiction of Ed and Workforce, maybe even HASC, but for all of college football, there was always an exemption to the service academies because cadets get paid. You get paid, back then it was half of a lieutenant, of a second lieutenant, so I think it was about $12,000 a year you got paid, and they took all the money back to cover all your expenses, but you got paid, so there had to be a special exemption. And this is a special case because you have, and so I agree with you. I'm agreeing with the amendment. I think we need to do it either through Ed and Workforce or through HASC or through the floor because that'll be where the jurisdiction's appropriate. But if a student, I remember, I don't know if they did this at the Air Force Academy, but the first day of your junior year, so you walk into class your junior year, they slam the door and they go, "Welcome to the Army," because if you leave after junior year, you have to pay it back or go serve. But you get your first 2 years. But this is different. It's not a young man or woman deciding maybe the military career is not for me, I want to go somewhere else. It's a young man or woman saying, there's a financial gain opportunity for me to go. So I think it's absolutely appropriate. I would like to see that if a student chooses to leave and they don't pay it back, they have to sit out a year. Because if I had been a good athlete and I left after my sophomore year, I'd have to sit out a year, then go play anyway. So I know you're leaving that to the other group to do, but I think that to the group. So I agree with this. I think the appropriate is between here and the floor. I would absolutely like to see this in the final bill. You can't, the difference too is for the service academies, you can't transfer in.
Right.
I mean, you can transfer in as a junior, but you got to go be a plebeit or a freshman and start over. So it's a unique situation It's people, young men and women going for money. That's what the process is that we're talking about. And I think the school that accepts them should pay back their education, at least some portion of it, if not a good bit of their education.
Well, thank you, and you're right. They can't, we don't, in the service academies, accept transfers in. They do that, but you start at the bottom. You start as a freshman.
4 years.
Yeah. So I'll withdraw this amendment because I know that,
I see Mr. James has his mic. Are you wanting to say something on this, or you just?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Well, it's his time, so the gentleman will yield. Oh, we're over time. So let me yield back and we'll give you time. The gentleman yields back. Is anybody on the Democrat side? Ms. Trahan?
I just have
The gentlelady from Massachusetts recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to use the 5 minutes, so I'm happy to yield. My question is just, who pays? Is it clear in the amendment is this something, if an athlete chooses to transfer, is it the university on the other end who pays back the federal government?
that's the idea, is that the university would pay. And I mean, in the last 4 years, it's $28 million just at the Air Force Academy. I'm sure that is more at West Point and Annapolis as well.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
thank you, Madam. Very quickly, I graduated from West Point in 2004, and my class was the first class to take what the chairman referred to, the oath of affirmation. The oath of affirmation is conducted on the first day of their junior year, and it's when cadets, in this particular case, midshipmen as well, take the oath that they are going to be serving as officers in the United States military. But prior to that, there are elements out there who are using service academies as junior colleges inappropriately, which is not only stealing opportunities to serve from people who may have gone there initially, but is also depleting the ranks of the United States military. There is a national security component of this as well, and acting in poor faith for folks who may be preying on our student athletes. Now, of course, it cannot be overstated that the leaders, the officers of a free country must serve in an all-volunteer force. What this amendment does not compel any action, but it does certainly weed through those who may take advantage of the American taxpayer, who may take advantage of student athletes who are cadets and midshipmen, and make sure that there are added layers of protection and seriousness to also protect the taxpayer and our national security. I am in very strong support of my friend Mr. Pfluger's amendment, and I urge all of my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thanks. And the gentlelady from Massachusetts has the time. You yield to the gentleman from Florida?
I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida? You yield to the gentleman from Florida?
Yield to the gentleman from Florida.
Yeah.
I just want to go on record and saying I think this is a good amendment, and that we want to have a volunteer force. We all have our service academy efforts, and we know how much that each of us, of the American taxpayers, invest in these institutions. So this would be one that you might get bipartisan support for if you choose to bring it back at some point.
Thank you. Thank you for that, gentlelady.
And I yield back to the gentlelady from Massachusetts.
Thank you. I guess the thing that I just want clarity on, and I think this is worth us sort of keeping the conversation going. The House settlement requires that schools who pay buyouts count against their revenue share cap for the next year. So would love to get clarity over whether that would also apply in this case where the school has to pay back the federal government. Otherwise, there's just a flag here, as long as we're going back and forth openly. It could limit athletes' ability to leave the academy, whether it's for an athletic opportunity or simply because the experience wasn't for them. So we just love to get clarity on that language.
If you'll yield.
I'll yield to you.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think knowing that there's another committee that has jurisdiction over what we think this amendment would go to, let's keep that conversation going, because this is not punitive, but it's to incentivize correctly. The dollar amount of $28 million is one thing, but the real loss is the fact that you cannot replace that individual that leaves their junior year for another 5 to 6 years now. So we have to appropriately incentivize it. Great question, and I appreciate that. Yield back.
Yeah. So thank you. So
I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on the gentleman's withdrawing the amendment? So the gentleman withdraws the amendment. Are there any further amendments to the bill? Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen, you have a seek recognition for an amendment? Gentleman will report his amendment, or
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk labeled MUL CA_027.
the clerk will report.
MUL CA_027. Amendment
Without
to-
objection, read the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I want to thank you for including part of my and Mr. Vesey's amendment from the subcommittee markup on the bill. That part will direct the FTC to study independent certification and oversight of agents. Like I said last week, if professional sports already recognize the importance of independent oversight, it is only logical that we examine how a similar structure could work in college sports. While that study is a step in the right direction, the SCORE Act still does not go far enough in protecting college athletes from predatory agents. I withdrew my amendment during the subcommittee markup because I was promised that the majority wanted to work in good faith on strengthening language around agents in the bill. And while I appreciate your staff meeting with my office after the subcommittee markup, my office has not received further communication after that initial meeting. With Mr. Vesey as a co-lead again, we are reoffering that portion of the original amendment that would codify a fiduciary duty for agents representing college athletes to act in their clients' best interests. The current status quo, where predatory agents can exploit teenagers and young adults, especially as they earn significant amounts of money for probably the first time in their lives, cannot continue. I want to highlight a specific story I was made aware of, which unfortunately is just one of many cases of a college athlete being taken advantage of. A high school coach in Texas was suspended from his coaching position due to a physical altercation with another coach, and decided his next career step would be to become an NIL agent. As a well-known figure in the community, he used his position to take advantage of athletes and their families. He promised them large monetary contracts. These families trusted him to the point that some granted him guardianship rights. This agent moved 11 athletes across state lines to live in a trailer together. These students were apparently living in horrendous conditions. After one of the athletes moved back to Texas, this agent harassed him over text messages. The majority wants to create a national framework to govern NIL, so that framework should include federal language codifying agents' fiduciary duty to their clients. College athletes are relying on us to put their well-being first. I urge adoption of this amendment. I thank Mr. Vesey for his continued partnership on it, as well as Ms. Dingle for her interest and leadership on this issue, and with that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield to me before he yields back?
Yes.
I just wanted to say that this amendment addresses a real issue facing college athletes and some athletes who are even younger. The issue of these sleazy agents talking young clients into contracts that are not in the client's best interest is unfortunately common. And my colleagues across the aisle on the Republican side say they want one strong federal standard. So let's have one strong federal standard to protect athletes from agents acting in bad faith. This amendment provides a common sense solution. It requires that agents nationwide act in the best interests of the athlete. I don't think that's much to ask, and so I would also urge support for the amendment. And yield back to the gentleman from California.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Look, I oppose this amendment, obviously. The amendment would impose a new federally mandated fiduciary duty on sports agents that is duplicative of existing law. The ANS already contains robust protections for student athletes from unscrupulous agents, including placing restrictions on charging excessive fees, ensuring contracts include clear termination clauses, and setting agent registration processes and qualifications. In fact, it also includes an FTC study that the gentleman from California proposed in the subcommittee markup. Moreover, the amendment is duplicative of existing law. State common law already requires that agents have fiduciary duties, such as loyalty and care. The ANS explicitly preserves the ability for student athlete to access state courts for agency-related common law claims. Including a federal mandate would muddy the waters and simply create confusion amongst college athletes. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none. There's no further discussion. A roll call has been requested by the gentleman from New Jersey. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller Meeks. Mrs. Kamek. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. James votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone.
Aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye. Mr. Gett. Mr. Gett votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Aye. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Aye. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Yes. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Badagan. Ms. Badagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no. Mr. Latta is not recorded. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 21 ayes and 26 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments, Mr. Palmer? For what purpose you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, could the gentleman please specify his amendment?
It's Pallone underscored 026 underscore XML.
Palm, underscore 026, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4312.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former college athlete, I have a great appreciation for the opportunity that colleges and universities present to people like me who, in my case, grew up dirt poor, to be able to participate in a college athletic program. I was a walk-on player at the University of Alabama on the football team. And one of the things that I understood as a non-scholarship player in particular, but playing with many other athletes, is that 98% of us were going to be professional in something other than college sports or other sports. That the pursuit of a degree was of paramount importance. I'm the first person on either side of my immediate family to go to college. And so one of the things that has concerned me about what's going on in college athletics in the last few years with the NIL and the collectives is that so many college athletes are getting paid substantial amounts of money while they're in college, but many of them are going to leave the universities or the colleges that they attend without a degree. So what, Mr. Chairman, this amendment would do is it would require student athletes to be making academic progress towards graduating with an undergraduate degree from the institution within 5 years. As I think you know that most eligibility is limited to 5 years, 4 years of eligibility with a potential redshirt year, or 6th year could be achieved through a medical redshirt. But in most cases, particularly at the University of Alabama, the objective was to try to get athletes graduated within 3 years so that when they left the university, if they didn't go pro, they had a degree to build their future around. So this amendment would require, as I said, academic progress toward an undergraduate degree from the institution within 5 years in order to remain eligible for NIL. And in the case of transfers from one academic institution to another, if they need to have transferable credits that would keep them on path toward an undergraduate degree within 5 years. So I submit this amendment today, Mr. Chairman, and but also withdraw it.
Will you yield?
I yield.
So we had a discussion last night on this, and hopefully everybody in this room agrees with this, or at least the details we could talk about, but the idea of this amendment, and it's just in the jurisdiction of education and workforce. But when groups were coming, which is also in the jurisdiction of education and workforce, talking about whether you define players as employees or not, I said, I don't want to exempt players from being employees unless we ensure they're defined as a student. Because the worst, I don't want to do is like, okay, you're exempted from employee because you're students, and then have one young man who went to Auburn, LSU, Texas State, Western Kentucky University, all within about 2 years, and I'm not sure who he is now, but he's not at Western Kentucky University, so it doesn't help them. It doesn't help them, and that person's probably not going to play pro football since he's moved around that way, and we need to have protections for our young men and women, and so I'm for your amendment, and hopefully we'll come to the floor. This is going to happen in Ed and Workforce. I don't know if you talked to some members there, or it will be in there when we go, some version of that when we go to the floor. I think the lady do you want him to yield to you? You want your own time?
I think I could do it in the time
Okay.
if you're
Will
willing
you
to
yield to the lady from Massachusetts?
I will.
Thank you.
As a former athlete, absolutely.
Yes, I appreciate that. And look, I think we all want the same thing, right? I wouldn't have been able to go and get a college degree if not for the scholarship that I was given. And so you're right. I would actually put the percentage closer to 99% of us will go and pursue professions other than professional sports. But I just want to make sure as we're having this conversation, I mean, look, the the NCAA, the conferences haven't made it easier on college athletes, right? With conference realignment, we've got some athletes who are going from California to New Jersey. That actually takes away from their class time. And so let's not put another burden on the college athlete to have to do, so much already to keep their grades and to get to stay on that track to graduate, when right now the ecosystem is making it harder for them to achieve that. So I'd like to just continue that conversation so that universities have skin in that game.
I agree, and that's why I make it 5 years, because I think they can get an academic load. Used to, we had to have so many hours each semester to be eligible. I don't think you have to do that. You just have to be making progress toward a degree within 5 years. And I absolutely agree with the gentlelady from Massachusetts that we shouldn't be having athletes flying from California to the East Coast, or East Coast to the West Coast for games. But that's something that it's not within our sphere of influence here, but I agree with you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. My good friend, the ranking member, said, why wouldn't anybody want to fly to New Jersey? I don't know, but anyway. So you withdraw, is there any further discussion without any, you withdraw your amendment? So the amendment is withdrawn. Are there anyone else seeking recognition? The gentlelady from Florida, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk. It's 025.
The clerk will report.
Castor_025, amendment to the amendment. And
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Speaker, or Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman
I
from
could reserve a
Virginia.
point of order.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves a point of order.
Just to continue the conversation, I do appreciate the sentiment behind Representative Palmer's amendment, because we do need to make sure that we are keeping these student athletes at the center of everything that we do. And I think anything we can do to encourage their academic success, their move towards completion of degree is very important. So I hope we can all continue those discussions as we move along. My amendment says it would require the institutions to provide financial aid to college athletes equivalent to the same percentage of cost of attendance provided while they were a college athlete as part of the degree completion program. That just means that we understand that the cost of attending college is very high right now. I appreciate that the SCORE Act has included some requirements for institutions to serve student athletes through financial literacy, career counseling, and degree completion, but we can do more to incentivize their completion of that degree, walking across the graduation stage. So I want to make sure that we give our student athletes every opportunity to attend classes and graduate from college. Chair Bilirakis agreed that this was a goal during the subcommittee markup. So my amendment will help incentivize completion of the degree, recognizing the rising cost of attending college. It would ensure that former student athletes who return to get their degree are able to get the same percentage as their scholarships when they were attending college, but based upon today's cost of attending college. A student athlete in the early 2000s or even 2010 received a much lower dollar amount in aid than a student today because the cost of attending school is just out of sight. So I want to make sure that as we're moving the discussion forward on requirements for students to complete degrees, we also have certain incentives for the institutions to help them complete their education, graduate, and get on that pathway to success in life. So I'll withdraw my amendment today, but hope we can work on this in a bipartisan manner going forward.
Thank you. If you'll yield, I agree with you,
yield.
and we'll work together because I think we want to make sure these young men and women are progressing, getting a college degree for playing college athletics, or at least working to that goal. So thank you. So you withdraw
Thank you,
the
Mr.
amendment, and we will work
Yield
together
back.
for sure. The gentlelady withdraws her amendment. Is there anyone seeking recognition? Who's? I guess we need to go in order. Who's next? Whoever, we're on amendment. So Ms. Matsui. All right, the gentlelady from California, what purpose seeking recognition?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report. You name your amendment.
Yes, it is Matsui 031.
The clerk will report.
Matsui 31, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312.
Without objection, reading the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, as we've heard repeatedly today, this bill simply is not ready. It fails to protect student athletes. It strips away legal recourse needed for the antitrust cases that brought us here. It preempts state laws designed to offer fairness and accountability, and it punts on setting any meaningful guardrails for how institutions can participate in the system. My amendment addresses one of the problematic sections in this bill. This bill gives complete power to interstate intercollegiate organizations to decide their membership. That's the NCAA, athletic conferences, and championship competitions. It also gives the same organizations total legal immunity against any challenges to that power. Let me be clear. Full authority to decide membership without any guidelines endangers the future of college sports. It locks in the current power structure and denies athletic opportunity and economic growth to institutions outside of it. In my district, Sacramento State has worked hard to build a competitive program, but under this bill, they could be permanently locked out of major conferences, not because they don't have the talent or the infrastructure, but because they weren't already at the table. That's now how competition should work. Competition only thrives when there are clear, enforceable rules and when everyone has a fair shot. Already the landscape of college athletes is chaotic. Schools are shifting conferences overnight based on media deals, not competitive fit or geographic cohesion. Power has been consolidated in the hands of a few conferences and governing bodies with little to no oversight. If we allow this to continue, we are enabling a system that is self-interested, opaque, and increasingly anti-competitive. That's not what college sports should be. Let's not forget, membership in interstate collegiate organizations bring real dollars. It means national exposure, marquee matchups, more resources for student athletes, and economic growth for entire regions. Denying schools access to that system isn't just unfair, it's economically damaging, especially to public institutions that have invested in doing things the right way. It's irresponsible for Congress to hand the keys over to the NCAA and walk away. We should, at a minimum, demand transparency and set clear standards and guarantee institutions a fair process and the right to appeal. This bill, as written, fails to meet the moment. It places too much power in an undefined system with a long history of overreach and exclusion. It punishes the institutions that are not part of the current power structure. I was pleased to see the inclusion of a governance structure in the AINS. I think that's a good start. However, we still have work to do toward restoring balance, protecting opportunity, and preserving what makes college sports great open competition. Mr. Chairman, I hope we can continue to work on this issue before the floor. And with that, I withdraw my amendment and yield back my time.
The amendment has been withdrawn. Does anyone seek recognition for an amendment? What purpose, gentleman from New York, seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It's labeled Taco _023_XML.
The clerk will report.
Tonko _023, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for
Mr. Chair, before I introduce my amendment, I'd like in order to seek an order of personal privilege, please.
Sure, absolutely. The gentleman is recognized.
I think it's easily understood that we rely on those coworkers within our office to do the amount of work that's required of us, and in a particular way, those who develop legislation that we're authoring. I'm proud to say that for many years, Darian Harbeck has been a part of our legislative team. She's been part of putting together a lot of important bills, including the Horse Racing Integrity Act that came before this committee, and the Safe Bet Act that deals with mobile sports gambling. Darian is going to step on to new endeavors and travels to Japan. And I just do want to thank her for the outstanding work she's done, her professionalism and her passion to pour herself into public service. And Darian, I wish you well as you go forward. So with the amendment, I seek to offer an amendment rooted in the simple principle that brought us here today, protecting the integrity and well-being of collegiate athletes. This amendment speaks to one of the fastest growing and least regulated public health threats in America, the rise of online sports betting, and is inspired by my Safe Bet Act. Right now, young athletes are being harassed, threatened, abused, and targeted by angry gamblers who lose proposition bets. Their mistake, missing a free throw, dropping a pass, sending out a quarter because they were injured. Last fall, I sat down with young people, men and women from my district at Siena College, athletes who discussed the toll these kinds of wagers are taking on their lives. One player told me he'd been approached on campus at night by a stranger angry that he cost him a bet. Another shared how his social media gets flooded with messages demanding he score a certain number of points to, quote, cover the line. Anonymous gamblers are betting from the comfort of their homes or the bar on whether a student gets a double-double or how many fouls they'll commit, and then harassing them when their parlay collapses. That is not sport, that is exploitation. The addictive and destructive nature of gambling turns college athletes into targets, expensive targets, targets that don't have the luxury of being protected like professionals. They juggle classes, exams, part-time work, mental health pressures, and now constant abuse just for playing the sport they love. My amendment says enough. We will not allow gambling companies to be yet another entity turning college athletes into props for profit. And will not wait until tragedy strikes to finally act. I want to be very clear, this amendment does not ban sports betting, but it does draw the line where it must be drawn, because proposition bets involving college players have zero social value and very high human costs. 15 states have already recognized this, and it's time the federal government does also. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do what is right, not what is easy, and begin to address the harm that the sports betting ecosystem is wreaking on our communities. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes on the particular amendment. I move to strike the last word. I oppose this amendment, even though it's offered by my good friend from New York. We've worked on some great legislation together, and we will continue to. But the amendment would impose a nationwide ban on proposition sports betting for all college sports. The bill before us today is focused on student athletes and the NIL marketplace. This is not the place to reopen a debate on sports betting. In 2018, the Supreme Court in Murphy versus NCAA held that the Professional and Amateur Sports Protection Act, which prohibited states from allowing sports betting, violated the Constitution. This amendment attempts to achieve the same outcome, thus putting the legality of the SCORE Act at risk, and we can't have that. While there may be a time and place to debate the sports betting marketplace, and I'd be happy to do that in the future, and whether changes are needed in federal law, in this case, I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment today, and I yield back the balance of my time. On the Democrat side, they'd like to speak on, yes, you're recognized. Mr. Vesey, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Oh, thank you. This amendment is about academic advising for student athletes in the transfer portal. What it would do is it makes it a requirement for schools to which a student athlete is transferring or considering transferring to provide a notice of the student's previously earned academic credits that the new school will accept. This should
Would the
not-
gentleman yield? I'm sorry. We're still on the previous amendment. I know your amendment is coming up.
Okay.
So I apologize, but we're on a previous amendment by Mr. Tomko. All right. At least we know what to expect now, right? Yeah. Okay. Anyone on the Democrat side wish to speak on the amendment? The Republican side? Okay. No one else, huh? Mr. Tomko, would you like to vote on the amendment?
I'd like a vote on the amendment,
Would you like a recorded vote, sir?
please.
Okay, very good. So the clerk will call the roll on this particular amendment.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes no. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes no. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes no. Mr. Pfluger. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes no. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Miller-Meeks votes no. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. James. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes no. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes no. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes no. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes no. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes aye. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes no.
How is done recorded?
Mr. Dunn is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Griffith votes no.
Mr. Palmer, how's he recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Crenshaw votes
How's he
no.
recorded? Okay. Mr. Pfluger?
Mr. Joyce votes no.
Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. James is not recorded. Mr. James votes no.
Are you guys okay over there?
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 20 ayes and 29 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? Yes, Ms. Barragan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk titled Barragan_035.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Barragan _035, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Ms. Barragan of California. Page 23, after line 12, insert.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman?
And the gentlelady is required.
Mr. Chairman? I can reserve a point of
Yeah,
order.
the gentleman reserves a
Thank you,
point
sir.
of order. So again, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this amendment, which I intend to withdraw, with the hope that I could get your support to work on this issue on future legislation. This amendment simply asks schools to include a few more pieces of information in the NIL data they already report. The gender, race, and ethnicity of the student athletes receiving compensation. They're already collecting the financial details of NIL deals. This just ensures that we can see whether those opportunities are being shared fairly across men and women and across different communities. This simple transparency measure reflects a recommendation from the Democratic Women's Caucus. It would shine a light on who is benefiting from NIL and school-driven payments and who is being left out. It's about ensuring equity, accountability, and opportunity in a rapidly evolving college sports landscape. Unfortunately, the SCORE Act was rushed through this committee's legislative process without the bipartisan collaboration, despite equity concerns from the Democratic members and the stakeholders like Team USA's Athletes Commission and the National College Players Association. Now, the SCORE Act ignores the growth of women's sports in the college athletics industry. Women athletes train and practice just as hard as male athletes. The growth of women's basketball and softball leagues across the country are just an example of how popular women's sports have become. Colleges with large athletic departments and significant resources must ensure transparency and equity in their athletic programs. In a few years, the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games will be in Los Angeles, California. Nearly 70% of Team USA athletes come through college sports, including many from programs that don't generate much revenue. These athletes may not always fit college stadiums, but they fill podiums. If Congress allows NIL systems to develop without transparency, we risk creating a playing field that disadvantages the very athletes who power Team USA. Without clear public data on who's benefiting from NIL, inequities in college sports will grow in the dark. Mr. Chairman and colleagues across the aisle, I'm disappointed that we could not engage on this important topic prior to markup, and I encourage you to work with me in advancing fairness in every sport for everyone. Now I'd like to yield time to Representative Trahan.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding and for offering this timely amendment to the SCORE Act. As currently written, this legislation does little, if anything, to expand opportunities for women athletes who for too long have been an afterthought in college athletics. Despite the surge in popularity of women's sports in recent years, they remain underfunded by their institutions, under-distributed to the public, and under-monetized in the broader media ecosystem. That inequity is part of a vicious cycle, and unless we act, it will only get worse as schools begin distributing direct payments to athletes in the coming months. As we speak, schools planning to pay athletes close to the proposed revenue sharing cap of $20.5 million will overwhelmingly direct those dollars to football and men's basketball players. Just as we saw in the back pay model laid out in the House settlement, where upwards of 90% of compensation went to those two sports. Now, no one is disputing that football and men's basketball have long driven revenue in college sports. That's a fact. But the skyrocketing interest in women's sports tells us something equally important. As the visibility, viewership, and value of women's sports continues to grow, so too should their share of the pie. This amendment doesn't mandate new spending or hand out unearned benefits. It simply requires transparency, that schools publish anonymized data on how they distribute direct payments, broken down by gender and by sport. That's it, transparency. Now is a great time to support women athletes and the future of women's sports, and I yield back to Congresswoman Barragan.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would draw my amendment.
Gentlelady withdraws the amendment. Are there further amendments? Mr. Carter, you're recognized to describe your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For
Mr.
5
Chairman, I have
minutes.
an amendment at the desk, CART LA _027.
The clerk will report.
Cart LA _027, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support
Mr.
of
Chairman?
the amendment. Yes.
Mr. Chairman? I
Yes.
could reserve a point of order, please.
Yeah, the
Thank you.
gentleman reserves a point of order. Thank you. You're
Mr.
recognized,
Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman,
Carter.
interstate collegiate athletic associations hold immense power over disclosure of NIL terms. Prohibited compensation, penalties, dispute resolution, recruiting, transferring, revenue pooling, and more. And while the bill wisely includes a floor for student-athlete representation on these boards, it sets that floor far too low, just 20%. My amendment raises the floor to 50% because student-athletes deserve equal say in the room where their crucial decisions are being made. This bill is asking student-athletes to give up significant rights. It effectively shields major conferences from antitrust scrutiny, thereby limiting athletes' ability to challenge unfair practices. It does not create a right to collective bargaining. If we are asking athletes to forfeit those avenues, the least we can do is make them true partners in governing the system. College athletics is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and student athletes are at its core. They're not just stakeholders, they're the product and labor. A 50% share of government boards ensure athletes have a real voice, not just a symbolic seat. Anything less risk returning us to the days when student athletes were talked about but never represented. If I can get a commitment from the chair to keep working on this issue with me, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Oh, yes, definitely. The gentleman wishes to withdraw, but I will, before he does that, and I'm sorry I was distracted by the ranking member here. I will work with you on this, definitely. And it's something we can take a look at. So, yes, I am willing to work with you.
Thank you,
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to withdraw my amendment based on your commitment to work with me going forward.
All right, gentleman withdraws the amendment. Appreciate it. Any further amendments? Mr. Carter, you're recognized for your next amendment.
Carter, LA _030.
Yes, the clerk will report the amendment.
Cart LA _030, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Mr. Carter of Louisiana.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and
Mr.
the
Chairman.
gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes.
Can I reserve a point of order,
The
please?
gentleman reserves a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would authorize an additional $125 million in annual federal funding administered by the Department of Education specifically for historically black colleges and universities, or HBCUs. This is not just a matter of fairness. This is a matter of ensuring that every institution and every student athlete has the resources needed to succeed under the new mandates in this legislation. This bill introduces important reforms to protect college athletes' health, ensure NIL transparency, and prepares for athlete revenue sharing frameworks. But it also places significant financial and administrative burdens on athletic departments, burdens that not all schools are equally prepared to carry. HBCUs have long operated with fewer resources, smaller endowments, and more limited fundraising networks, despite being powerhouses of talent, tradition, and community engagement. Their athletic programs serve not only as points of pride, but as vital vehicles for economic mobility, institutional sustainability, and public engagement. HBCU sports don't just fill stadiums. They create jobs, fund scholarships, and fuel local and rural economies. Yet, these programs are now being asked to comply with complex, costly mandates on par with institutions that have hundreds of millions of dollars in athletic revenues. That's simply not sustainable without support. This amendment will provide targeted, specific funding to help level the playing field. This is not about special treatment. It's about acknowledging historic inequities and ensuring that new rights-based reforms don't unintentionally deepen existing divides. If we believe that all student athletes deserve health, safety, and fair compensation, regardless of where they play, then we must give all schools the tools that deliver such. This amendment will help ensure that HBCUs not only comply with this bill, but thrive under this bill. It's an investment in equity and communities around HBCUs, including many local and regional rural regions. At its commitment to honoring the legacy and future of these proud institutions, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. If I can get a commitment from the chair to keep working with me on this issue, I will withdraw my amendment.
Most definitely. You know I will. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, you have been a man of honor. I've enjoyed working with you, and with your commitment, sir, I will withdraw my amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment. Thank you. Any further amendments? Yes, Mr. Vesey, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
You're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment makes it a requirement for schools to which
Let's report the amendment first, if that's okay. The clerk will report the amendment.
It's 027.
Clerk will report.
VZ_027, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Mr. VZ of Texas. Page 25, beginning on line 17. Strike.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does, it makes it a requirement for schools to which a student athlete is transferring or considering to transfer to provide a notice to the student's previously earned academic credits that the new school will accept. This shouldn't be an option for universities. A university should proactively inform student athletes about what credits are transferable. When a student athlete makes the decision to transfer schools, oftentimes under very intense pressure, they're not just switching teams, they're actually navigating a very complex academic process that could impact their future far beyond the playing field. And we want to make sure that in the excitement and chaos of the transfer portal, that students don't lose sight of their education and don't lose credits that they've already earned. Right now, there are many student athletes that enter the portal without really understanding the full academic consequences of their transfer, especially when it comes to whether their credits will transfer and count towards graduation. This can delay their progress towards a degree, or worse, derail it entirely, and that is simply unacceptable. Because if someone tears their ACL, and if an ACL is torn, that can take someone out for a season, but losing credits that transfer can take you off the path to graduation. And for many of these young men and young women, that are transferring, especially from working-class families and communities of color. College is not just about sports, it's really about trying to break generational cycles of poverty and building a better future. So if we're serious about equity in college athletics, we have to be just as focused on the academic piece. And that's why I strongly support providing comprehensive academic advising to student athletes before they enter the transfer portal as they navigate the transition to the new school. And this advising should include a clear and honest assessment of what credits will transfer and which ones won't, and and how that move will affect their timeline to graduation. And we also need to take into accountability from athletic departments and the NCAA to ensure that this kind of support is available, and not just for top recruits, but for all student athletes. We can't let these student athletes fall through the cracks because the system did not give them the tools to make informed decision. Let's put student success at the center, not just on the court or field, but in the classroom too. Mr. Chairman, I hope that you'll work with me on this. I am going to withdraw this amendment, but hope that we can work together.
Absolutely. These are the type of amendments we can find common ground on, so I appreciate it very much. I will work with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman withdraws the amendment. Does anyone seek recognition for a gentleman from Texas? What purpose seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, VC_027. I'm sorry. I did just do that one. VC_, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got a lot of papers circulating here. Hold on one second. Yeah, it's the transfer one. Which one is 26? Okay.
Yeah, I got switched. Oh, yeah, it's 26. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. I have an amendment at the desk, VC_26.
Clerk will report. Okay. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, I have VZ_028.
Would you read the line? Would you read the?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312 offered by Mr. VZ of Texas, page 25, line 10, strike institutions and insert institutions if not during a period in which a playoff or tournament relevant to the student athlete is actively occurring.
That is the amendment that we have, so yeah, that's the same amendment. So the gentleman is recognized with that, well, you did read the amendment. Is there discussion? Gentleman's recognized and supported this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Just report it. That was your report. The clerk reported.
Okay, that was the clerk reporting? Okay, okay. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. What this amendment does is that it really respects the structure and integrity of college athletics by ensuring that transfers don't disrupt postseason play. You probably remember during the March Madness NCAA tournament that there were actually transfers that were taking place during Sweet 16. And so the playoffs and tournaments are the culmination of a team's work all season, and sudden transfers that during that time can destabilize teams and create a very unfair playing field. And setting standards for transfers during the postseason really helps maintain stability, not just for institutions, but for student athletes relying on consistency and cohesion with their teammates and coaches, and of course, to the fans who are hoping to watch a fair ball game. This kind of structure is very critical for the development and well-being of student athletes, and our goal is simple, and that is just to protect the integrity of the game. And I'll withdraw this amendment, but hope that we can work with something on that. I don't seek to inhibit by any stretch of the imagination kids being able to transfer. We don't tell other kids they can't transfer. I'm not trying to tell student athletes when they can transfer. But I think that there's a time and the place to do that, and that's what this amendment seeks, but I do withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws the amendment. Are there any further amendments? Gentleman from Texas, what purpose seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Would you identify the amendment?
This one, Mr. Chairman, is amendment number 0. This is 028. No? Which one is this one? Oh, okay, this one is labeled Epstein.
Label, what, excuse me? You have the
Epstein.
amendment? Epstein.
Epstein, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 4312, offered by Mr. Veazey of Texas. At the end of the bill, add the following. Section 12, effective date. This act and the amendments made by this act shall take effect on the date that the president releases the Epstein files related to Larry
Without
Nassar.
objection, the reading of the amendment is okay, lady objects. Clerk will continue to read.
Section 12, effective date. This act and the amendments made by this act shall take effect on the date the president releases any Epstein files related to Larry Nassar or the student athletes he victimized.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
reserve a point of order, please.
Gentleman reserves a point of order. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for support of his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm introducing this amendment because while you've heard several references to the Wild Wild West, and we know what happened in the Old West. Like I said earlier, a lot of these institutions were very lawless. Predators were protected and victims was silenced. And what this amendment is very simple. The bill cannot go into effect until the president and the attorney general release all Epstein files related to his relationship with Larry Nassar. Mr. Chairman, I have a request to insert into the record a CNN article detailing the Jeffrey Epstein letter that he sent to Nassar, who was the team physician at Michigan State. He was also the gymnastics trainer there while both were in prison for sexual predation. And I have the amendment here. It is dated June 2nd, 2023.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if you're wondering what Epstein has to do with this bill, I'll tell you exactly what. We're about to give universities sweeping new power over the medical care, over the mental health, and the safety of student athletes. And this bill imposes mandatory obligations on universities, mental health support, medical coverage, sexual violence prevention, and independent medical care for student athletes. These are good things on paper, but we must not forget what happened at Michigan State University, where a trusted team doctor, Larry Nassar, used the power and access granted by the university to sexually abuse hundreds of student athletes over decades. Larry Nassar was not some rogue predator hiding in the shadows. He was literally the face of athletic care at one of the country's biggest universities. He was embedded in the athletic department, trusted with health and the well-being of student athletes, and backed by institutional authority. He used that power to sexually abuse hundreds of girls. The university didn't stop him. The university protected him. And now we know something even more disturbing. While in prison, Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted sex trafficker of children, was writing letters to Larry Nassar. These two men, arguably the most prolific predators of young girls in American history, were in communication. Why? What was the nature of that relationship? Who else knew? What other secrets might be buried in those files? And we do not know because they're being withheld. And yet, here we are about to pass a bill that puts universities back in the driver's seat, controlling student athletes' health care, their mental health, their health insurance as it relates to their injuries, and if the abuses at Michigan State never happened. That's the old West. That's the West that we don't want to go back to. That's a world where power protects power and young people pay the price. If we don't demand answers now, before we hand over this power, we are complicit in whatever comes next. We must know what went wrong, how it went wrong, and why it was allowed to continue for decades. Because here's the truth. You cannot build the future if you're hiding the past. We still haven't reckoned with what went so tragically wrong the last time universities had that type of unchecked control. You cannot claim to protect student athletes while sealing the files of the man who preyed on them. We need full transparency. We need the Epstein-Nassar files released, and we need to break the cycle of abuse, cover up, and silence. Don't let this bill drag us back to the old west. Release the fouls before we release our student athletes back into the lines, Dan, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
And Mr. Chairman, if I might insist on my amendment, the amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the Rules of the House because it is not germane.
Okay.
Specifically, the amendment as a whole goes beyond the scope of this committee's jurisdiction and therefore is not germane. Further, the subject matter is truly not germane, and while perhaps not as relevant to the germaneness argument, it's not just about Epstein and Larry Nassar, because the way it is written, and words do matter, it says the president releases any foul on the student athletes that he victimized. You got to read these words carefully, but it says the president could release any foul related to the students as well as everything else. So it's not germane, Mr. Chairman, because this is not about student fouls. This bill doesn't have anything to do with that. It doesn't have anything to do with either of these two predators. Information is already out there. It may not be everything that the offer of the amendment wants, but that's not this bill. And I would submit to you that it is not germane, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any discussion? The
Speak on
gentleman
the
from New
germaneness.
Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the.
Thank you. I maintain that this is germane, that this amendment is germane. It does not introduce a new subject to the text proposed to be amended. As House practice explains, an amendment may make the effectiveness of a bill subject to a condition if that condition is related to the provisions of the bill. The subject of the underlying text is college athletics, including a requirement that certain schools provide medical and health benefits to student athletes. That medical care includes care for an injury of a student athlete incurred during the involvement in intercollegiate athletics at the institution. And this amendment relates to that subject matter. As some of you may know, Jeffrey Epstein tried reaching out to Larry Nassar while he was in the custody of the Bureau of Prisons. While we do not know the contents of this letter, the connection between Larry Nassar and Jeffrey Epstein raises questions about whether there existed a pre-existing relationship between them and any connections between their relationship and the abuse Nassar committed against college athletes. Because Nassar was a university's team physician who has been found guilty of sexually abusing college athletes while they received treatment for their sports-related injury, and this bill is requiring certain schools to provide such medical services, it is clear that this amendment relates to the bill. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, I urge you to rule against the point of order. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing a gentleman from Ohio. Does anyone know? A gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the amendment. I do also believe it's germane. I mean, the bill that we are marking up to date is entirely about student athletes and the training they get, the care they receive should be beyond reproach. We should have more confidence that than we do now. I mean, the Larry Nassar story is one of the most obscene, disgusting, awful stories I've ever read, learned about. I could not believe it went on for as long as it did, that he had as many victims as he had, and that he's not alone, that there are more Larry Nassars. And while there is a connection to Jeffrey Epstein, and we should be all on the same page in terms of releasing all of those files, the fact of the matter is that this is an issue in college athletics. And I've got a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old, both of whom may end up, despite their father, end up playing college sports. The idea that this isn't law, Mr. Vesey's amendment isn't law, is concerning to me. That universities and athletic departments aren't subject to these rules is a problem. So I hope it's reconsidered, that we pursue this, but it should be a standalone law that this committee should pursue in a bipartisan way. And the fact that it does not exist in law today is a huge problem. So I really do hope we take this up, that it's part of this bill. This bill is moving, and protecting athletes from what happened with Nasser and others, the sexual abuse that athletes have endured, continue to endure, should be part of this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the chair is prepared to rule. Gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the gentleman from Ohio just spoke, I was reminded that for the public who's out there who maybe isn't as familiar with these types of situations where you have college athletes being abused and molested, I refer you to the latest documentary called Surviving Ohio State, which chronicles another abuser, Dr. Richard Strauss's years of long abuse, told in part by his victims. And this documentary goes and talks to people. We're talking about male wrestlers and football players, most of who've never spoken about their trauma. This is a good way to understand why this connection and the issue. This documentary also alleges the allegations of a congressman who was an OSU assistant coach from 1986 to 1994, and whether he knew and ignored Dr. Strauss's crimes. We should all be standing up for children, our students. We should all be saying we're not going to turn a blind eye. And given that this is about college athletes, I support the amendment and encourage people who want to know more about these types of issues with college students and the horrific abuse that they have endured and how people have turned a blind eye to survive in Ohio State. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back, and the chair is prepared to rule. The member from Virginia makes a point of order that the amendment is offered by the name of the Epstein Amendment is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneous rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration be omitted under color of amendment. The chair finds the subject of the amendment is different from the subject under consideration, is therefore not germane, and the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I would appeal the ruling of the chair and ask for a recorded vote on the appeal.
Gentleman from, as appeal of the chair, gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion to table.
The motion to table, you recorded vote?
Recorded vote, please. Thank
So
you.
the motion before the House is a motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. So motion to table the appeal of the ruling of the chair. The clerk is call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky? No. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui? No. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor? No. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko?
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey? Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Badagan? Ms. Badagan votes no. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier? Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Strahan? Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez? Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss? Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana? Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan? Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie? Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Anyone seeking recognition for entering the roll call? Anyone on the Republican side? You got, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter of Louisiana is recorded as aye. Mr. Carter is off aye and on no.
Anyone else seeking recognition? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 26 ayes and 23 noes.
The motion is agreed to. Is there further anyone seeking recognition for a purpose of amendments? Seeing none, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Agreed to. That was the Ains. Okay, yeah, so the gentleman requests a roll call vote. Okay, the question now occurs on adopting H.R. 4312 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta? Aye. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis?
Go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson? Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Carter of Georgia? Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer? Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn? Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson? Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger? Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks? Mrs. Kamick? Mrs. Kamick votes aye. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James? Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane? Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes aye. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Tonko.
No.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Budigan. Ms. Budigan votes no. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Strahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes no. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes no. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes no. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Landsman. Mr. Landsman votes no. Ms. McClellan. Ms. McClellan votes no. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie. Chairman Guthrie votes aye.
Is there anyone seeking purpose of recognition for the roll call? We have some on the way. Y'all, has everyone on the Democrat side been recognized?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I just don't seem to recall. How is Griffith recorded?
How is Griffith recorded?
Mr. Griffith is recorded as aye.
Ah, all right. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have some people that are on their way, so. Gentleman from Idaho. There's a conflicting committee hearing, so the gentleman from Idaho.
Mr. Fulcher is not recorded. Mr. Fulcher votes aye.
They're coming back from a sister committee hearing. Is Cliff coming back? Is he on late? What purpose is the gentlelady for, excuse me, I'm sorry. How is the gentlelady from New York recorded? Ms. Clark?
Ms.
How
Clark.
are you? Did you voted? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I
Ms.
thought
Clark
you-
is recorded as
perfect.
no.
Or seeing no others present for the seeking to be recorded, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 28 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is, I have not reported the vote, so. Good Lord. Come on. How's Dr. Meeks recorded? And how's Mr. Bentz recorded?
Mrs. Miller Meeks is not recorded. Mrs. Miller Meeks votes aye.
The clerk will report. Thank you for your. Oh, I'm Bentz. I thought I called you. I'm sorry. How's Mr. Bentz recorded?
Mr. Benz is not recorded. Mr. Benz votes
I
aye.
apologize, I thought you recorded. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 30 ayes and 23 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 4273 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 4273, a bill to amend the federal...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? What purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of a substitute.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4273.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of the amendment and underlying bill, H.R. 4273, the over-the-counter monograph drug user fee amendments, which I led with the gentlelady from Colorado's 1st Congressional District. The over-the-counter OTC monograph drug user fee program, AMUFA, at the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, gives consumers access to manage their own care in a safe and affordable manner. The changes in this amendment help to facilitate wider and additional stakeholder engagement throughout the AMUFA process. 5 years ago, I led with my Energy and Commerce colleagues in modernizing how the FDA regulates most OTC medicines with the creation of the AMUFA program. These revolutionary changes made the 40-year-old system more efficient, transparent, and open to innovation. I am proud to once again be leading on this reauthorization of such a critical program. Additionally, the AMUFA program has drastically reduced the burden on our healthcare system by lowering the number of visits consumers need to make to a doctor to obtain a prescription for a simple treatment. I am pleased with the work that has been done on this bill, and I encourage my colleagues to support the aims and the underlying legislation. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you.
Excuse me, on the bill. Oh, the
the
amendment
aims.
is nature of a subject. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I particularly want to thank Mr. Latta for co-leading this important legislation with me again this Congress. It was an achievement many years in the making when we got our bill, the Over-the-Counter Monograph Safety, Innovation, and Reform Act, signed into law as part of the CARES Act in 2020. This reform streamlined an old, inefficient process for updating monographs, essentially recipes for over-the-counter drugs, into a new administrative order process. And now, we're well into the process of getting FDA's improved over-the-counter medicines program off the ground. FDA has begun to use this new administrative order process to expeditiously and transparently update safety and efficacy considerations for over-the-counter drugs. This will mean that the evidence is folded into practice more quickly, improving the American public's ability to look after their health. Additionally, FDA is currently considering the first industry-initiated over-the-counter monograph order request with a due date of early 2026. With this reauthorization, we're doubling down on the progress we've made. The progress includes taking a paper-based system for real and moving it to an electronic one and setting expectations for industry on how to get products to market. It also includes hiring a workforce that will support this improved system for the years to come. FDA met the first AMUFA performance goals, but this new improved system is still getting off the ground. I think we need to examine some potential tweaks to AMUFA as we move the process forward, but any challenges will need to be thoughtful, well-considered, and bipartisan. I again want to thank the gentleman for his partnership, and Mr. Chairman, I really urge quick passage of this bill so we can continue to work on the improvements that need to happen. I urge support for the aims and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Yield back. Can we yield to me? I'm sorry.
I'd be happy to yield to
I
you.
just want to say thank you both. Thank you for working together on this and bringing this to fruition. This is important, and thanks for working together. And I will yield back to you.
And I yield back.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to express my support for reauthorization of the over-the-counter monograph drug user fee program. Safe, reliable, and affordable over-the-counter drugs are an essential part of our healthcare system, allowing Americans to stay healthy by treating common ailments at home, usually without visiting a healthcare provider. Being readily available, OTC drugs save the healthcare system billions annually from fewer doctor's visits and prescription drug purchases. The current legislative authority for over-the-counter monograph drug user fee program expires September the 30th of 2025, before which point Congress must pass legislation to reauthorize the program for another 5-year term. The United States is home to world-leading medical innovation, and the over-the-counter monograph user fee program has demonstrated the ability to bring more jobs back to America while increasing access to safe, reliable, and affordable OTC drugs. That is why Congress must reauthorize this program on time. I also look forward to working with this committee to advance the FDA Modernization Act 3.0, which will facilitate the development, qualification, and adoption of testing methods that reduce or replace the use of animals in non-clinical settings. Millions of animals are being unnecessarily killed, and significant taxpayers' dollars are wasted on the mandated animal testing process. One key tenet of the FDA Modernization Act are the provisions on non-animal testing methods for 505G or all monograph drugs. This will cut burdensome red tape to allow drug manufacturers to use modern and more humane alternatives to improve safety for animals and parents alike. That is why I urge my colleagues to support the reauthorization of the over-the-counter monograph user fee program and efforts to move the FDA Modernization Act 3.0 so that we incentivize innovation while reducing unnecessary animal testing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and the gentleman from Ohio seeks, what purpose you seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Oh, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank Mr. Latta, Ms. Daggett for their work on this. Reauthorizing this bill is hugely important. Cincinnati's home to one of the largest consumer product good companies in the country, in the world. And during the hearing on this, it's clear that there is enormous support here, bipartisan support, to ensure that we are bringing more and more of these innovative products to market faster while keeping people safe. And I want to underscore something that Ms. Daggett said, and I think Mr. Latta would agree, that there are still issues here that we're going to continue to have to work on streamlining this process. It took, the FDA, I think they told us 3 years to get this up and running. Which seems like a very long time. And again, the vast majority, something like 90% of Americans buy these over-the-counter products. And for them to take as long as they do to approve these, especially when you have companies that have been doing work with the FDA for decades. If it's a new sort of fly-by-night sort of organization, that's one thing, but I just would encourage this committee to continue to work on this and to pursue those changes that will make the process more efficient and fair and get these products to market faster, especially with companies that have been doing this with the FDA with a perfect or very good record for years, if not decades. And would encourage us to continue to push on the FDA to hit benchmarks, to move the process along, to find ways to ensure that they're keeping people safe while moving these products through the process much more quickly. The number over the course of the last 5 years, the number of over-the-counter products that have been approved is very, very small. And again, the only argument we got was, or response was, well, it took us 3 years to get it up and running, which seems very problematic. So hopefully, with this reauthorization, they appreciate that this is a committee that's very anxious to see this work and work much more quickly. keeping folks safe. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. In any further discussion, gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the Ains.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm proud to have been part of the bipartisan effort to create the over-the-counter monograph drug user fee program. I want to thank our leaders, Mr. Latta and DeGette, but also my colleague, Mr. Crenshaw, and I were very proud to work with both of you on this. And it's a first enactment in the CARES Act. Thanks to the thoughtful discussions involving members, patients, doctors, pharmacists, and advocates, we are here today taking the next step towards reauthorizing it before it expires this year on September 30th. Since its enactment, AMUFA has been highly successful in improving access to safe over-the-counter medicines. As my colleague, Mr. Landsman, quoted, it's still taking too long on many of them, but nearly 9 out of 10 Americans regularly use over-the-counter medications to quickly, easily, and effectively manage a range of conditions. So I'm very proud to be working with my colleagues to pass this bipartisan reauthorization to ensure consumers continue to have safe access to the OTC products they depend on. And more, as importantly as anything, the United States needs to remain a global leader in health and innovation. We cannot cede our leadership to anyone. But I also want to say that something else concerns me on this. As we work towards a reauthorization that will improve access to safe and effective OTC products, I want to stress my continued concern about the ability to implement this reauthorization without a strong FDA workforce, given that thousands of FDA employees have been laid off. Firing key drug safety officials in the name of efficiency is short-sighted, and it's not the way our healthcare system should be run, and most importantly, it risks American safety. So I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues across the aisle to pass this important reauthorization. I hope they will also join me in ensuring that the FDA has the necessary staffing to enable product evaluations on a more quicker basis without compromising the FDA's dedication to scientific integrity, public health, regulatory standards, patient safety, and transparency. The user fees are central to that goal: effective medicine at an affordable price. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the Republican side? Seeing none, the gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I also support H.R. 4273, which would help fund the FDA's review of over-the-counter drugs. But I want to also chime in on my colleague's comments that we cannot ignore how Trump has taken a sledgehammer to the FDA's ability to evaluate new drugs. I have a chart to just show, this is the FDA organizational chart. About 3,500 federal employees have been laid off by the Trump administration or have left in recent months. Trump's assault on the FDA continues with his proposed budget, which slashes more than $400 million from the FDA and eliminates nearly 2,000 jobs. It gets worse. Over half of the FDA's senior officials are gone, fired, or driven out by chaos and dysfunction. That is what this chart shows. This chart shows just one of many. All these red X's you see here, there's where you have senior officials that have gone, have been pushed out. And to see how dysfunctional and chaotic it's causing within the FDA. This includes the director of the Center of Biologics Evaluation and Research, our top vaccines regulator, who intended to stay, but was forced out against his will. And most recently, it includes the current acting director of the FDA Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER, our nation's primary reviewer of drugs, who is leaving this month. And what happened to her predecessor? She left just 2 days before Trump took office. These aren't just empty offices. This means lost expertise, lost oversight, and delayed drug approvals. According to a new analysis from the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, staff reductions at the FDA would delay the review of new drugs by 9 months. Estimates show these delays will prevent 23 new drugs from becoming available in that 9-month period. American families will face longer waits to access life-saving medications. Families will suffer, and yes, people will die waiting. The American people deserve a fully funded FDA. The Trump administration's decision to hollow it out puts our health and safety at risk. And it doesn't help that you don't have Republicans in the Congress standing up to say, we are going to make sure we fully fund. We are going to stop some of these cuts, whether it's in the budget or whether it's running people out of the FDA. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, is there any further amendments? Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Dr. Joyce, is recognized for 5 minutes. Well, do you have an amendment at the
Mr.
desk?
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
You identify your amendment?
You're going to have to help me with the number.
Identify the amendment. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4273 offered by Mr. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Without objection, reading the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to speak today and express my support of the AMUFA user fee bill before us here today, but also to express my strong concern that the issue of the approval of new sunscreen ingredients is once again going unaddressed. As it has been discussed by numerous members of this committee in a bipartisan fashion at our previous hearings on this subject, the FDA has fundamentally failed, despite multiple iterations of previous congressional reform, to approve a single new ingredient for sunscreens in over 25 years. Europe has continued to advance and has taken the lead. This is unacceptable. It is unacceptable to me as a physician. It is unacceptable to me as a dermatologist. It is unacceptable to me as a skin cancer survivor. And it's unacceptable to me as a member of Congress. Skin cancer is the most common cancer in the United States today, with over 5 million Americans being treated annually for skin cancer. And more concerningly, the incidence rate is projected to once again increase this year. We also know that wearing a broad-spectrum sunscreen remains a very safe way to reduce your risk of developing what can be a deadly disease, and that is melanoma. In light of the FDA's failure, Americans still lack access to the most advanced sunscreen technologies that are available globally. Put very simply, while the FDA has stagnated, the rest of the world has moved forward. The best sunscreen is the one that you're going to wear. And limiting options for American patients in spite of this significant risk will not and should not continue once we have these new sunscreen products available. Representative Dingell and I have introduced strong bipartisan legislation in the Safe Sunscreen Standard Act that enjoyed the support of a broad coalition of cancer, patient, and physician advocacy groups. Representative Dingell and I are both committed to solving this issue, as I know many members of this committee are as well. And we stand ready to work with you, Mr. Chairman, and any other member of Energy and Commerce to remedy all our concerns and get this bill to a place where it can easily become law. This issue cannot wait. And I respectfully yield my time to you, Mr. Chairman, for a purpose of colloquy to see if you will give your commitment to ensuring that this bill becomes law as part of the ongoing AMUFA process.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce, for yielding and for all your staff's work, and you and your staff's work on this issue. I know it's both personal and professional importance, and fully recognize the significance of the policy. We're moving forward on this user fee agreement today in an effort to ensure a pathway to get this done and avoid a cliff at the end of the fiscal year. But we know there's more work to do to ensure bipartisan and bicameral alignment. As we move forward, I will commit to you that we will continue to work with you and other members of this committee and our Senate colleagues to address this problem. As you mentioned, it's been over 20 years since the last sunscreen active ingredient was approved in the United States, which I agree is unacceptable. We must continue to work to ensure Americans have access to the latest innovation, particularly when it comes to products our constituents use every day, such as sunscreen, a proven skin cancer prevention tool. Thank you, Dr. Joyce, for your strong leadership and partnership on this issue, and I look forward to working with you to get this across the finish line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that commitment. I look forward to working with you and other members of the committee as well. And with that, I withdraw my amendment.
Okay. Gentleman withdraws his amendment. Any further amendments? Seeing none. So we're going to do the Ains first. So if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. So there's an all-call vote. The question now occurs on adopting H.R. 4273 as amended. Roll call recorded vote. Although a roll call has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis. Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Carter of Georgia. Mr. Carter of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen votes aye. Mr. Balderson. Mr. Balderson votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mrs. Harshbarger. Mrs. Harshbarger votes aye. Mrs. Miller-Meeks. Mrs. Kamick. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. James. Mr. James votes aye. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Langworthy votes aye. Mr. Kane. Thank you. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane votes aye. Mr. Rulli. Mr. Rulli votes aye. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mrs. Fedorchak. Mrs. Fedorchak votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Pallone votes aye. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Castor. Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey. Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Bardagan. Ms. Bardagan votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes aye. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Strahan. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez votes aye. Mr. Auchincloss. Mr. Auchincloss votes aye. Mr. Carter of Louisiana. Mr. Carter of Louisiana votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Landsman? Mr. Landsman votes aye. Ms. McCullen? Ms. McCullen votes aye. Mr. Guthrie? Mr. Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Hudson.
Mr. Hudson is not recorded. Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Dunn.
Mr. Dunn is not recorded. Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Kamick.
Mrs. Kamick votes aye.
Ms. Trahan.
Ms. Strahan votes aye.
Anyone on the Democrat side seeking to call the roll? Any on the Republican side? Before I call the roll, next time we gather together, Ms. Kamick's going to be a mother, so that'll be fun. So, yeah, we look forward to it. She has a room full of aunts and uncles. So anybody else seeking recognition? I know I got to call the vote. I know I got to. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, there were 51 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it and the bill is adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered without objection, the committee stands adjourned.